Hey guys, welcome to this any percent tutorial. So I'm going to be streaming this in case anyone has questions or in case someone notices I forgot something. Yeah, this is going to be a more up-to-date one than the one that's currently there, and I'm going to try to be and then I did make some other tutorial videos, but there are a bunch of inaccuracies with them, so I'm going to try to I'm just going to make a tutorial that kind of goes through the entire game, try to clear up any inaccuracies, and we'll go from there. So, kind of to start out, the first thing you need to do is set up your game. So in order to set up your game, what you do is, first of all, there's the game options. So, the most important thing in here is all these are preference except for predator awareness. You're going to want to set predator awareness to be off. The reason why is what predator awareness does is when you're in a predator and an enemy sees you, there's a little bit of a slow-mo animation that gives Batman a little bit of time to react to it. And so this slows things down, which is not what you want to do in speedruns. There's also an added benefit that if you have this off, you do get an extra 100 XP for each predator, which, I don't know, it's kind of matters, kind of doesn't. Kind of up to, it's kind of a wash in that sense, because, for graphics, the most important thing, you can have whatever settings you want, but the most important thing is to use 30 FPS. A bunch of glitches don't work properly at higher FPSs, so for any percent in particular, when you do glitches, you're going to want to do 30, or at the very least, if you want to play the rest of the game in 60. I've seen people do this, they play at 60 up until they have to do a glitch, and then they switch to 30, and then switch back to 60. You can do that, obviously you're going to lose time doing that, but the glitches do not work the same at 60 FPS. The glitches are much different at 30 FPS. If you're playing on keyboard, so optimally you'd play on both controller and keyboard, so I should have a controller and input displays for both keyboard and controller. This is to kind of help you guys see what the inputs are supposed to be for various things. So different from glitchless, I tried to have, so one thing is that for special combo takedown 1 and 3, 3 is the most important, 3 is the multi-ground. It's very nice to bind it to a button because but normally it's Alt 3, which is kind of an awkward input to do this. It's much easier to just bind it to a single button. So I bind it to R. Combo takedown, I bind to Q. Again, this is just preference, but I find it much better than the Alt 1. And on easy, you don't really do combo takedowns, but on hard you will. So it's just nice to have it in case you do it. Actually, also for the Joker fight you need it. So yeah, forget what I said. You want it to be bound to a single input. It's just much easier. And then what's also helpful is binding quickfire gadgets. So at the very least, you're gonna want to bind quickfire explosive gel to a single button. So I bind it to T. Here, and then you also want to bind quickfire batarang to a button. So I bind it to U. I don't really use the quickfire batarang button for combat. If you do, you might want to have it a little bit closer to the WASD inputs, or maybe bind it to your thumb mouse button. But you want to bind quickfire batarang and quickfire explosive gel to something. You can also bind quickfire rec gun if you want to do rec gun cancels, but I'm not going to go over rec gun cancels because I can't do them, and you don't really need them in this category. Pursuit mode, I think I have all of the defaults, and then for just personal preference for the missile barrage, I like to bind it to a thumb mouse button. It makes it a little easier than spamming one, because otherwise I have to use I have to use one of the fingers that I would normally use in the WASD inputs to press one a bunch of times, so it prevents me from going left if I'm in my tank. So it's nicer to bind it to something on the right hand where you're not steering. And obviously if you're on controller, you can't change any binds, so you're kind of stuck with what they give you. So let's get started. So this opening cutscene is kind of standard. You have to watch this whole thing. On console, you are able to skip a bunch of this part, which is interesting. That's one of the nice thing, probably the only nice thing about console. But timing doesn't start until after you start burning the Joker body, so it doesn't actually matter in any category except. It doesn't matter in this category. It matters in like 240%, a little bit, but in general, it doesn't matter because the timing starts after this. And so again, so I have another glitchless tutorial. I'm going to cover most of the same information. So as I mentioned there, when you're able to finally interact with this pause menu once you start zooming out on Joker like this. One thing that's very nice to do if you're playing on any difficulty that isn't easy, or even if you're playing on easy, it's just nice to know. Go to game options and make sure you show your difficulty. This is a really good place to do that, so I'd highly recommend it. And you can toggle the difficulties right here. So the difference between the difficulties is basically what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be doing most of this tutorial on hard. Hard is kind of a superset of easy. So like if you can get a good time on hard, you'll also get a good time on easy. Hard's also a great way to get better at easy, in my opinion. The difference between hard and easy is basically in fights on hard, enemies attack faster. In Predators, enemies will aim better, they'll spot you faster, and then also Batman takes substantially more damage. So like you can die in like 3 gunshots on hard, depending on the gun. On easy, enemies attack much slower, enemies don't do nearly as much damage. When they shoot you, they'll usually miss. They probably have maybe like a 20% accuracy even when standing right next to you. And also, so you kind of do Predators completely differently on easy than you do on hard usually. And also tank fights. Tanks will shoot you faster. They'll shoot you faster on hard. On easy, they shoot much slower, which makes tank fights easier. Also, the Cobra battles. The Cobras will spot you much faster on hard. Like sometimes you'll just be sitting there. The Cobra can spot you in a half second, depending on kind of certain factors in them. Whereas on easy, you have a lot more time to escape a Cobra's sight, which is nice for not losing a lot of time to the Cobra trying to track you. And then one question is always normal. What is normal? The way I like to think about normal is that it's kind of basically in combat and tank fights, it's very similar to easy. There are slight differences. So on easy, when you get shot by a tank, you lose a third of your weapons generator. On hard, you lose an entire bar. On normal, you lose like 2/3. So that's a little bit of a difference. But otherwise, like in terms of the attack speed, it's kind of the same as easy. I think normal they might attack a little faster, but I haven't like confirmed that. And then Predators, on normal, if you get shot, you actually do take quite a bit of damage. You may want to be a little more careful on normal and Predators. The general guideline I have is normal, think of it as doing fights on easy and doing Predators on hard, in my opinion. There are exceptions. You can get away with doing some Predators on easy and normal, but in general, that's kind of my guideline. Your mileage may vary, but definitely when you're doing hard, you'll want to do Predators differently than in easy. So anyway, so here timing will start when we start burning the Joker body. So I would normally, like if I'm in a marathon, I'll count down to it. So here I'll count down when I say 3, 2, 1, go. So timing would start in 3, 2, 1, go.
This is how it happened. This is how the Batman died.
Alright, so here in the diner, there's not really much here. There's a nice waitress named Sharon. A lot of Easter eggs in here, but there's a speedrunning. This is just a cutscene right now.
So, what'll it be? Your usual?
Sure.
Okay, chicken salad with no dressing.
No, you know what? Make it waffles. With a side of bacon. Don't tell my wife.
Whatever you say, officer. Oh, and if you want some more coffee, just shout. Next service, waffles with bacon on the side.
Alright, so this guy's gonna speak to you, then we're gonna walk over to Arkham Knight. Not Arkham Knight, the guy with the gas who allegedly is the Arkham Knight, according to some character profile. Yeah, just in general, like when you're walking, try to take direct paths, don't get caught on any objects. Yeah, it's just like very slight optimizations. So here with the monsters, they're like, casually there are a bunch of ways to deal with this, but like by far the fastest is to shoot the first guy that attacks you when you can, and then walk forward, which you'll see me do. One thing you need to be careful about here is you have a gun, but your gun only has a finite amount of ammo, so you're going to be able to start shooting your gun pretty early, and it is possible to use up all your bullets. And if you use up all your bullets, like right now, you need to not use up all your bullets. Basically, wait to shoot him until like the gun's starting to point towards him. So like here, then walk forward, and then you'll get attacked by this guy, and you'll advance. Alright, so skip this. So one thing people always want to do is enable big head mode. To enable big head mode, I know how to do it on controller, basically. So you hold the two triggers, spin the right joystick clockwise 10 times, and then their heads will become big. There's also a way of doing it on keyboard, which I don't remember. There's like some series of keyboard inputs. I don't like big head mode, it like blocks you from seeing some things.
It took just 24 hours for us to lose control of the city. Tonight, Gotham's relying on one man to save us all.
Okay, so next I'll go over kind of the movement in this game, the gliding mechanics. We'll be using them a lot in this game. There's a lot of gliding. So when you're in gliding, so you have the ability to dive bomb, which gives you a lot of speed. The optimal way to dive bomb is you want to dive for about 3 seconds, and then if you like point up, you'll actually gain height. So if you notice, I'm at like the statue's head. And then if you dive bomb a certain amount and then go straight up, you'll actually will now be able to clear the statue's head. So you're able to gain height like that. So the way I do it is I do 1, 2, 3.5. And this is and basically this is kind of the way to get kind of the most speed with your dive bombs. You can do this on controller as well. 2, 3.5. It's just a little weird because you're not able to really change the camera as easily or as quickly on controller. But I like here, if I want to gain height, I like pull the stick back a lot. And you can see that I am kind of gaining height here. I don't really use controller to glide though. I would highly recommend using, if you can, to use keyboard and mouse to do it. So now if you played this game, you know you have this grapple boost, which right now is actually really bad. This is basically similar to the grapple boost in Arkham City, and the issue with it is that you don't really gain any speed off of the actual boost. Like, the boost itself is fast, but then when you glide after it, Batman's glide is kind of slow. And you can tell it's slow because, let's say I do a dive bomb, you can see these lines at the end of the cape of Batman's cape basically cutting through the wind very quickly. So you can look at the two edges of the cape on the left and right. Whereas if we boost off of here, without any grapnel boost upgrades, we don't see any of those. So the way that we kind of try to gain speed with gliding, aside from dive bombs, because dive bombs require like 3.5 seconds to do, or 3 seconds to do, is we do grapple cancel. So grapple cancel looks like this. So you can basically cancel the grapple, and you can see that we have all of these lines at the side of the cape, so we're going like pretty fast off of this glide. The way to do them is on keyboard and mouse, what you do is you press on the default binds at least, you press the middle mouse wheel to cancel it. And the big key for it to do it is to not hold a direction when you do it. So here, the only thing I'm holding is space, and then I cancel it. Don't hold forward or left or right or anything. If you hold forward, what happens, this is a very common mistake that beginners make, is that they hold forward like that, and you can see I have no speed when I do that. The reason why I think when I started out, I did hold forward while gliding, because like you're usually like running off a building, and then you just continue holding that. But yeah, you don't want to hold a direction when you do these cancels. And the way that these cancels work is they kind of conserve any forward momentum you have. So you want to make sure that when you're doing these when you're doing the actual grapple, to make sure that you kind of wait a little bit until you kind of have like the optimal forward momentum. But you kind of need to just get a feel for it, depending on the glide, but or depending on the grapple point. But in general, it's you want to kind of make sure that you have some forward momentum before canceling, and then you'll get a much better or a much faster glide. You can do this on controller as well. On controller, at least on my controller, it's the B button. Don't hold a direction. It's that's the key. And yeah, and then so yeah, you can do the same thing on controller. There's also the mechanics, so you can. There are these things called grapple swings, where if you're on a gargoyle or something, you can grapple swing like that, and you can cancel these grapple swings. So on keyboard, you cancel it with the left control, with the default bind. So again, don't hold a direction, but I do hold space. That basically makes it easier on keyboard in order to glide afterwards. And you can tell that you have so much forward momentum that your resulting glide is extremely fast. So grapple swing cancels are like really, really nice. You can do the same thing on controller as well. You press the same button. On keyboard, it's a different button to cancel grapple swings, but on controller, it's the same. So on controller, it's a little different because holding the glide button doesn't. It's a little. Batman still has to transition to the glide animation on controller, even if you're holding glide. Whereas on keyboard, if you hold glide, he transitions immediately into the glide animation because he does like a little dive because it's bound to the same button. I don't know if you can actually control that. Maybe you could try holding dive for a little bit as well while doing that. But yeah, I guess that's a way of getting around that. If you're basically, you'll have to like press the dive button for a little bit while canceling the grapple, and then you can kind of mimic what you see on controller. So yeah, but those are grapple cancels. Those are the basic kind of gliding mechanics, and the dive bombs, counting to 3. Make sure you count, making sure you count correctly. Okay, so now just kind of continue with the run. So basically, you start out here on this antenna. We want to glide on over to there. So the movement to get there. So you, obviously you can always just like hold space to go off there. But what we do is you can also just drop off on keyboard. It's you press the middle mouse wheel. So what we do is we drop off and then do 3.5. You can straighten yourself out while gliding, but then grapple here and cancel it, and then you'll get to Gordon at roughly, I think, what we know to be the optimal time. Okay, so I'm gonna now show something called animation cancels. So when you're going to this cop, so first I'll before we go to animation cancels, when you go to this cop, you're on like this this flagpole right here. Again, you do the thing where you drop off of it, but then like dive a little bit, but then immediately try to grapple this railing here, and immediately this, and then you'll get a grapple point right about here, and then I like to grapple that. Then what I like to do is I like to go up here. So before we do this fight, I'm going to explain animation cancels. So basically when you're able to, on keyboard, when you're able to interact with the left mouse button, the left mouse button also aliases to aim. So what you can do is, if you recall in the keyboard controls, I bind quickfire explosive gel to T. So the inputs for doing an animation cancel are to quickfire explosive gel and then hold aim for a little bit and then release it. You can do a similar thing on controller. It's like, I think it's like you, it's, I forget exactly, I think it's like you aim, quickfire, then interact, and then hold aim again. So it's like the same idea. The only difference is on controller, interacting is a different button than aim. So the key is you want to kind of press interact and hold aim at like the same time. So I'm not good at doing this on controller. If you wanna, I think the old tutorial would have a better explanation of doing it on controller, and you'll probably need to practice it a bit. But basically, then because we can do these takedown cancels, so you can cancel silent takedowns. You can also like throw smoke into people and cancel takedowns within the smoke. You can cancel some interactions as well. There's a lot of stuff you can cancel with that just explosive gel technique. So as I mentioned, here I'm playing this on hard, and hard is interesting because like the enemies take a lot more hits to go down. So what you want to do generally is do takedowns if you can. So if you can do combo takedowns, those are a little slow, but they take the guy out immediately. You can do ground takedowns, and then what you can also do is if you throw the smoke into people, you can take people out within the smoke and cancel those takedowns. So when I do this fight, I like to throw a smoke in here and do that. It also, there are, I think, 13 or 14 people in this fight. Only 5 of them are actually people you need to fight. So if you throw a smoke, it also inspires everyone else to run away. So even on easy, I like to do this just for that. It's a much more consistent way to do this fight quickly, so that you don't like have other people in the fight. So anyways, so we'll throw a smoke here. You'll see what it looks like to do a takedown cancel. So it's a quick fire, and then it canceled that takedown animation. Alright, so now another thing you can do are ground takedown cancels. These are completely different from Arkham City ground takedown cancels. In Arkham City, you're able to ground take down the cancels where Batman is jumping, but not the ones where he like just like lines the guy's head up and like punches him. Whereas in this game, the only ones you can cancel, at least that we know of, are the ones that where Batman lines the guy's head up and punches him. You can't cancel the ones where he is jumping. The way you do that, it's the same thing, except you hold crouch while doing it. So that's basically what the ground takedown cancel looks like. It's basically you do the same thing. You quick fire the explosive gel. You hold aim for a little bit and release it. But you do that while holding crouch, because otherwise you're not able to do a ground takedown without holding crouch. And then take out the rest of the guys. I think this guy was not actually part of the fight, but I wanted to do the ground takedown cancel on somebody, just in case I didn't have anyone to do it. It's just good to show it. So now we have this cop, and we're going to just interact with him. We're going to do the even the odds car chase after this. So now for this even the odds car chase, so basically the idea is you want to be fast enough so basically you're going to follow. Let's show what happens. So basically we're going to be driving. We start here. We're going to be driving. So if you look at the mouse cursor, we're going to be driving down this way. Oh, sorry, no. Sorry, we drive... Sorry, yeah, we drive this way. We drive this way. And then what happens is... So we're going to basically loop around this way. And then the militia vehicle that we're following should turn into this side road right here. And what we want to do is we want to have the Batmobile... We want to be fast enough so that the militia vehicle turns into here, and we don't have to follow him before he turns into here. And the way we know we don't have to follow him is if he blows up the police car behind him. So if you're fast enough, you'll have that happen. If you're too fast, what happens is the militia vehicle actually doesn't turn into this road, and then you have to kind of destroy him the normal way with your immobilizer, which is very slow. So the way that I drive in this is I stay on the right side of the road up until I turn here at the clock tower. Then I go a little bit to the left side of the road. This is just kind of a setup, basically, that's more or less consistent. So now you'll see this car turn left, and I don't have to follow him because he blows up the police car. There's a small optimization you can actually do. You can turn your Batmobile away from the police car, and you kind of cancel that slow-mo animation. It's very risky because you're not able to actually destroy the militia vehicle until after the police car is actually destroyed. And sometimes, like, it can seem like the police car was destroyed, but because you didn't see it, it actually wasn't destroyed. And then you're not able to actually destroy the militia vehicle until much later than you think. So you can try going for it, but it's risky. You can lose a lot of time if you don't get it. But anyway, so let's say that we did what I just did. Then the best way of dealing with the militia vehicle is to cut him off here and just drive into him. Yeah, but if the police car wasn't destroyed and you drive into him, driving into this militia vehicle doesn't do anything. So normally you just hope that these guys don't try to fight you. I think this guy is. But we'll see. So this interrogation, you can cancel this interrogation. It's a bit inconsistent. I'm not entirely sure exactly how to set it up to make it consistent. Basically, you can do the regular cancel like that, and this cancels the animation of him dragging the militia guy out of the car. Sometimes though, you'll get like this thing where it fades to black, and then you aren't able to skip that animation. There's some way of controlling it, I think. I don't know what it is. There probably is some way of controlling it. Like I think some runners try waiting a bit longer before doing it to make sure that militia guy is like fully out of the car and like crawling. I try to make sure the Batmobile is reasonably far away from the guy. I think that sometimes seems to make a difference sometimes. But overall, right now, as of now, we're not entirely sure what the difference is. Okay, so now we're gonna go to the safe house. So the best way is to do this glide like that, where so what it is you have that you have this this lamppost, and you do a grapple cancel off of it. When you do a grapple cancel, stick your camera like up while after you clear like this after you clear that bridge right there. After you clear this bridge. This glide is not easy, so if you're having trouble with it, then what you can just do is do a little bit more simply, just do some grapple boosts. Well, not like that, but so there are a couple things, like maybe a little bit easier. You can do boosts. Sometimes that can screw you over. Another thing you can do is if you're right here, you just cancel it without a glide, and then boost off of here, and then boost off of here. Alright, so with this fight, again, we're going to throw a smoke in here, and you can cancel takedown all 4 of these guys, ideally. So if you're doing this glitchless, you'd only be able to take out 3 of the guys, but here you're able to take out 4 of the guys if you cancel it, so we'll try that. I like to crouch, just,
you should really review
it makes it a little easier. So I only got 3 of the guys. So, especially on hard, what you try to do is you try to ground takedown cancel people.
Something tells me this wasn't part
You can ground takedown cancel like 2 guys sometimes. And you don't get like any XP in this fight, so you kind of want to just do it fast. And because this is on hard, and even on easy I see people do it, basically, if you're able to ground takedown cancel 2 guys in a row, you basically have taken out 2 guys extremely quickly. It's not easy to do. You need to make sure, like, I think some of it is RNG, like sometimes they just stand up faster, or sometimes one guy helps the other guy up, or there could just be some guy who like punches you in the back of the head while you're doing your ground takedown cancel, which messes it up. But ideally, you have the time after you knock down like 2 people with the batarang. In general, you have time to do a ground takedown cancel on 2 guys before you have to actually then fight the next set of guys. So we'll interact with Ivy. One thing I didn't mention in the fight is that one thing is that if there's usually the slow motion animation that happens when there's one guy remaining and you punch him. Optimally, you'd actually throw a batarang at him because you can do that from a distance. It'll knock him out. So optimally, you usually do that, but there's also a slow-mo animation for that, and you can cancel out of that by pressing space on keyboard, and I think it's A on controller. I believe. I don't really do combat on controller, but yeah. Here we call our Batmobile, and then if you want a little bit of free XP, because we have to wait anyway, you can shoot a shield here, and then drive into this car. It's very important actually to destroy that car, because that's where the next objective marker is going to be. So you have to destroy it anyway, and you can shoot a shield here. And so now there's a tank fight. What I like to do is I like to wait in this area, so it's like right here. Basically, if you wait in this area, you'll get 2 tanks that spawn here, 1 tank that spawns here, and 3 tanks that spawn here. And it's just the spawn points seem to be better, so that because sometimes like a tank can get stuck behind like a building, like right like here, and like there's a corner here, a tank can get stuck there sometimes. If you stay like in this area, I don't really have that happen. So I'd recommend like just going here and looking down. Kind of, the tanks kind of try to spawn in where you're not looking, so if you look down, they'll spawn kind of in the best positions. So with tank combat, try not to get hit. And if you use so you have the 60mm cannon, which is the middle mouse wheel. You have the Vulcan gun, which is just the left mouse. The 60mm cannon has a cooldown. What I try to do is I try to shoot a tank with the 60mm cannon, and then I try to use the Vulcan gun during that cooldown. And what you try to do with the Vulcan gun is you try to aim at the glowing part of the tank. So there, and then the glowing part of the tank is there. And if you hit it, it's precise, but you're able to destroy it in one shot. So that's kind of a good way of doing tank fights. Here there's a weapons diagnostics we need to do, but we don't need to do it. We can actually just abort it. Basically, the weapons diagnostics, you have to do a bunch of tutorials to get an upgrade point. Doing the tutorials is slow. The upgrade point's not worth it. So, then we're gonna go to Panessa and do the tank fight there. The Panessa tank fight. Basically, in the previous tank fight, we wanted to make sure we had our missile barrage charged up all the way. So we have a 4x missile barrage that we can use. We're gonna want to use it immediately when we get there. So that's why you usually want to have that. It's the weapons generator. And then the rest of these tanks you kind of just take out normally, but try to make sure you don't get hit. And try to make sure you have your missile barrage charged up by the end of it. So like I do here. If you do get hit, you can actually charge up your weapons generator. If you have like cars driving around that have people in them, if you drive into those cars, it actually will charge up your weapons generator as well. So like during some of these driving segments, if you see that, like this guy here, you could try driving into him. If you want to charge up your weapons generator if you don't have it charged up. In order to drive to GCPD, so you saw I cut through that gas station there. When you're driving, if you like hit one object, the Batmobile usually doesn't slow down. But if you get sometimes you get RNG where there's only like one car here and you can avoid it and you just drive into the gate. And then you don't really lose speed. But though it's very tight, so usually you'll hit like a car and then the gate, and you do lose a little bit of speed from that. So just try to be mindful of that. Okay, so now we'll go drop off Ivy at GCPD. After this, we're gonna get the most important gadget in the game. Which is the Ret Gun. In Glitchless, that gadget isn't really important, but to get now, you could get it later. But here, you absolutely must get it now. The reason why we get it is because it's going to let us do glitches in the game. I'll go through a very detailed explanation of all the glitches you can do with it. But for the time being, let's just say that the animation for aiming and firing it is very slow. And you're able to interrupt it pretty easily, which lets you do all sorts of cool things with it. So, yeah, here we can't avoid this, but I do like to stand by this metal detector right here because my plan is I want to jump backwards into the door. That kind of gets you to the door as fast as possible. So if you stand here, you'll set yourself up to jump backwards.
First up, we've lost contact with the fire crew from Station 17. We've got their last known coordinates, but they're not going to survive out there on their own for long. Then there's this. It's a strange one. Body turned up. We didn't have long to look before the evacuation, but the forensics boys seemed freaked out. Real nasty. Also, we've had several sightings of the Riddler creeping around the train yard. Knowing that guy, he's got to be up to no good.
Look, I know you're busy, but anything you can do to help is going to save lives.
Don't worry, Jim.
I have someone working a lead on Scarecrow. I'll see what I can do.
So you have to select a mission here. There's like this initial menu, and what you can do is you can press escape in order to get out of it. You don't have to click anything. If you're on controller, you can select any mission. On keyboard, I usually have my cursor like around here, so I just select the firefighter mission. It doesn't really matter what you select. You can just continue on. We'll just select the main story one because we're doing the main story. So yeah, as I said, we died backwards and we opened this door. Switch to your explosive gel. We're gonna be doing something interesting with the explosive gel very soon. I like to switch in GCPD if I remember. To get to the Batmobile here, the best way is grapple here. It's a bit precise timing, but grapple here, and then what you can do is cancel, and at the right point, and you can then like get in the Batmobile off of that grapple cancel. It's a little bit precise. Sometimes you'll like grapple up here. If you grapple up here, just go into the Batmobile. I like to dive roll off. That's a very common Arkham speedrunning thing, is to dive roll off of platforms instead of just gliding off. It's a little bit faster. You can also, so if you don't get the cancel, that's what happens. If you cancel too early, then you just run up to the Batmobile and get in. So now we're gonna get this Batmobile upgrade called the Afterburner, and the Afterburner kind of changes driving quite a bit. So this is the Afterburner. So you can see on the left, there's basically when you have the Afterburner going, you drive faster, but then you can see the Afterburner has like a very slow cooldown or very slow recharge rate. One mechanic that's in this game that it's not very well publicized is drifting. So, or they call it power sliding. So basically, if you are driving, you hold left shift, you'll drift. And if you look at the Afterburner on the left, you can see that it like charges up much quicker while you're drifting. Then the kind of the way you drift is like when you're going around this corner, hold like you'll have to kind of practice it, but it's like you turn, you hold the button, and you turn left, hold the left shift, and then kind of hold right to straighten yourself out. That kind of thing. It takes practice. If you've played this game, you can practice in the Batmobile races. You get rewarded in Batmobile races with drifting. It slows down your timer. But yeah, basically when we're driving, if you see a corner, make sure to try to drift around it because it'll recharge your Afterburner, and then you can use your Afterburner again quickly. So here, when we go to the clock tower, we'll drift here. And then this corner here especially will drift here, and then boost our way to the Afterburner, or with the Afterburner to the clock tower. So now I'm gonna explain something called door canceling, which is another type of animation cancel, and then there's a variant of door canceling that you can use on certain things. So these animations, so there are interactions where you press aim or you press left mouse or right mouse, or it's Y on controller. There are also interactions where you press space on keyboard, or you press A, or whatever the bottom button is on your controller. So you can cancel these kinds of interactions. So on controller, what the input is you have this button here, the I guess right bumper. This is the alternate fire. It looks kind of like quick fire, but it's different. It's different. It's not the same. It's a different thing. Like you can kind of see it with the back claw. It does that with it, whereas the quick fire back claw doesn't do that. So that's what alt fire is. So what you do to door cancel is you wanna you basically want to press Alt Fire and interact at the same time. So so that's what it will look like when you actually successfully get a cancel. So you have the interact prompt, and you do that. And this is substantially easier on controller. So if you're doing this category, I highly recommend doing this on controller. The reason why is because in order to alt fire, you have to, on alt fire on keyboard, you have to be holding aim. But the problem is, if you notice that if I keep holding aim, I don't actually get the prompt to interact with this door. So, like on controller, it's different, right? If I hold aim, I'm able to alt fire while the prompt is like there. You can see that it says A, enter clock tower, and it shows up like while I'm alt firing or while I'm aiming. But here, like if I try to press the alt fire button, it doesn't work the same way. You actually have to be holding aim in order to alt fire on keyboard and mouse. So on keyboard and mouse, what you have to do is you have to aim, and then you have to press all three buttons. You have to press left mouse, middle mouse wheel, and interact at the same time. So it's substantially harder. I don't know if I'll get it. One thing you can also do if this is too hard is because middle mouse is kind of an awkward button. So what you can do is you can map this to another button. So let's just say we map it to G. Oh, whoops. Let's do B or something. So right, so this is the button. So you can do. Oops, I'm messing up. Yeah, it's really difficult on keyboard. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know if I'll get it on keyboard. I'm not good at it on keyboard. That's why I only use controller. But I kind of showed why it's substantially harder on keyboard. Anyway, so I'll try a couple more attempts. Otherwise, I'll just leave it as an exercise to the viewer to do this on keyboard. But hopefully, this convinces you to use controller for this, because it's substantially harder. Okay, let's just move on. Now there's some interactions where basically you're going to do the same door cancel input, but if you hold aim after, basically the cancel plus aim will actually cancel animation. So before that was door canceling. The door cancel inputs plus holding aim after will actually cancel certain animations. So like this animation, so we use detective vision here. We interact. I mean, the interaction looks like that. So we can cancel that animation where he like opens up that statue, and where he opens up the statue. Basically, what we do is so we basically, as I said, we alt fire and then hold alt fire and interact at the same time, and then hold aim after. So it's something like that. So we'll see how that works. Oops. There. So basically, by holding aim again, we are able to pull out we're able to pull out the explosive gel during that animation. So that cancels that animation. Okay, so after interacting with this, so one very important thing is that when Batman is talking on his wrist thing, there's like an animation where he like puts it away, like that. And what you can do is you can actually skip that animation in a couple of ways. Like one is you can actually punch through it. That's a little bit slow. A better way is hold crouch at the right time. If you hold crouch at the right time, basically the crouch animation will interrupt, will basically override that animation. So you press crouch while like before he pushes the button, then we kind of skip all of that, or we don't have the part where he like puts away the thing on his wrist. So yeah, that's a key thing. So whenever Batman's putting that away, it's just a good habit to hold crouch or to press crouch or tap crouch when that's happening. All right, so now we want to get over there. The right movement to do that is to 1, 2. You don't need a full dive here. You'll have enough speed because now we want to grapple this. When you grapple this, grapple to the left side of it. If you grapple to the middle, we're going to try to cancel off of it. If you try to cancel off of it when you grapple the middle, you won't glide after, because sometimes like if your Batman's about to like fall into a wall, the game doesn't let you glide. So by going to the left, Batman is able to do a glide when we cancel. So make sure you actually, when you do it, face your camera. So one good habit also is when you're canceling off of like an object like this, try to point your camera in a direction that that's like away from the actual object. So I point it here, and then you'll have a much easier time getting a glide off of it. So that's also a good habit to get into, especially on keyboard and mouse. Then I like to grapple this and then glide into this thing that we interact with. Make sure that you glide, or that when you grapple, make sure that when you grapple, don't grapple the head. Grappling the head, you'll run into that issue I mentioned before, where basically it's like much tighter to do it. There I got it, but a lot of angles you actually won't be able to get a glide off if you grapple the head. Try to grapple off of this thing here, or you can even grapple off of the what is this speaker or whatever. What is this? I guess some kind of voice amplifier. Alright, so we will interact with this. So Lucius is going to give us a thing for a Batmobile.
The generator's damaged.
So we're gonna go get it. Basically, while we're doing this, I like to walk a little bit to the left, get a better angle, and then now to get over to this objective, the best way is to zoom in here and make sure that you can grapple this far corner over here. If you're not zoomed in, you won't get that grapple point. To do that, and then cancel the grapple, and then just glide over. It's a little difficult, it's a little precise when you're starting out. If you're having trouble with it, you can just boost off of here. If you boost off, then do a 1, 2, 3 second dive, or do some kind of dive bomb. I don't think you need to do 3 seconds. You can probably do 2 seconds, but then then what you do right after is then boost off of the thing here. So do something like then dive bomb a bit, so that you can go under this railing and then just boost off of here. This is like another perfectly valid movement that's a little slower, but if you're starting out or having trouble with the grapple cancels, then do that. So here, there is a skip that people are starting to try to do. Basically, so you're supposed to like do all of this stuff with the power winch on this roof, but what we can do is we can pull this down, and you can skip all of that with a very precise drive. We haven't figured this out yet, but you have to wait for Lucius's dialogue to finish. And then what you can do is, I'd highly recommend using controller for this. hold back, and then basically what you're trying to do is drive off of there, bounce off of this railing here, and then you can actually bounce into the roof of Panessa and interact with the objective. I think it saves between like something like 20 or 30 seconds if you do that. You do have to wait for Lucius's, or for at least some part of Lucius's dialogue, otherwise you won't be able to interact. But we'll try it one more time, just to see if I can. I'm really bad at this. I don't even do this in runs. Some people say that first person is better for this. Yeah, so I didn't get it. I'm not going to waste too much time on it, but basically it's very precise because you need to have a lot of speed. You need to have your afterburner charged up, and you need a lot of speed in order to actually hit that. And it's also going to be easier on controller than keyboard because of yeah. It's going to be easier because the accelerate button on keyboard is the same as the button that like points your Batmobile downward, whereas on controller it's not like that. So see if I can do it one more time, and if I don't do it one more time, I will just yeah, okay, I think, yeah, so there's some acceleration that you have to do. There's probably some visual cue for it. I don't know it, though. In the meantime, we'll just do this the normal way, and I wouldn't recommend this for beginners either, and none of the top 3 times, or top 4 times in this category or in any percent do this jump, so not a big deal. So just, otherwise you go here. You only need to pull this up for about 2 seconds, and then you can drive, then you're able to like clear this. Yeah, be careful not to fall here. Falling uses a lot of time. Then yeah, this part, so then we can interact with this. Here we'll tell Robin to screw off. Alright, so here, so the fastest movement again is to try to get this grapple point at the corner and cancel off of it. Then grapple here and then cancel off of it. Again, if you're having trouble, you can always do a boost and a dive bomb, so that would be like, so it'd be like, so we start out about here. Whoops. Boost off of this. Then do a dive bomb, 1, 2, or so on. And then yeah, and then grapple off of here. So next up, we're going to be doing the introductory Predator at the Falcone shipping yard. There's a dialogue skip we can do. The way it's not difficult to do, but like if you mess it up, it can mess up like the dialogue in the game. But the way to kind of easily do it is, so grapple off of this gargoyle here, then cancel off of it, but fall, and then grapple back up. Basically, you want to grapple back up after Batman has kind of left the area. And then be in detective vision to kind of start this, and then a lot of dialogues are going to overlap. It saves a bit of time. Grapple over here. You have to do the second grapple. It's critically important, and basically you want to grapple like this gargoyle up here the first time. If you grapple like it's possible to grapple like that gargoyle over here, but it kind of messes things up if you do. You need to do 2 grapples or something to actually start the Predator. It's kind of weird. So grapple onto that gargoyle the first time, and then grapple to this one. So for these guys, we're just going to cancel 2 silent takedowns. Nothing special. I like to be a little safer, and I like to often hold crouch before doing a silent takedown cancel. It's not required, but I do that just to make sure that they aren't seeing me when I run up to them. It's just a little bit of safety, because sometimes they'll spot you before you can do the silent takedown cancel, which is really irritating. Okay, so here, get our new bat suit. This bat suit is nice. It does give us, it lets us eject from the Batmobile, and it lets us have a slightly better grapple boost, which we're not going to use very much, but it is better than what we had before. Here you just fear take down these guys, but make sure you have your gel selected, and then what we're going to do is we can cancel. So sometimes, like, at the end of this, like, it's hard to know, like, where Batman is. You need to kind of orient yourself. If that happens, it's a little bit unlucky. Hopefully you have good spatial awareness to know, like, where to have Batman walk. Sometimes the camera can change on you, and then Batman doesn't walk to the right spot. It's very annoying, but you kind of deal with it. Here, you rescue this guard. This animation for rescuing him takes about 15 seconds, so we can actually cancel this just with the standard cancel inputs. So again, it's aim, interact, aim, then alt fire, interact, and then hold aim again. So like that, and then you can also cancel this interaction, which is with the same thing. That saves about 5 seconds. We also have an upgrade point right now. We wouldn't actually, in an actual run, you wouldn't be able to get the upgrade until after this Ace Chemicals thing. You can get the upgrade now if you can get the upgrade as soon as possible if you want. I wait until, just because I use the auto splitter, I want to keep my splits consistent. I actually get it in right before Ace Chemicals, or like right before doing, like right after starting Ace Chemicals.
The radio and microwave frequencies point to Ace Chemicals. That's where Scarecrow's producing the toxin.
So in terms of movement, so now we have to get to Ace Chemicals, which is kind of all the way across Bleak Island. The general principle is that driving is faster than gliding, but there are kind of exceptions to it that we'll see a lot of in the run. But basically, so the way that some people do this is if you grapple here, you kind of glide halfway. The reason why you can do this is, and this can be not slower, is basically you grapple there, and then call the Batmobile about here. And the reason why this, I mean, okay, when that happens, it's bad. But the reason why people do this is because you have a lot more drifting spots here, which basically gives you more afterburner, and then you can kind of drift your way onto Ace Chemicals. And then go there. But again, like so that you actually, if you do that properly, you actually don't lose time off of just driving there all the way. If you're, I don't really like that way, because it kind of goes against the principle. It's kind of hard to explain. But the reason why that principle isn't exactly foolproof is because some driving routes give you more drifting angles. But you can also just drive there completely. You grapple here. So don't call the Batmobile too early. Don't call the Batmobile too early. Because if you call the Batmobile too early, basically you want the Batmobile to come from this direction. And if he comes from this direction, then Batman will often teleport down into the Batmobile in order to he'll teleport into the Batmobile, which saves time. So you want the Batmobile to come in from this direction. If you call the Batmobile too early, it can come in from this direction, which is slower. So now we'll drive to Ace Chemicals, and if you see the driving route, there's a lot less drifting you can do. Here you have to kind of drive in a straight line, so that's kind of the trade-off you have with the two driving routes. So then when you get to the end here, you want to eject out of the Batmobile, because that'll skip an animation of Batman getting out of the car.
Any word from inside?
Nothing. We think there's a skeleton crew left in there, but they're not responding in the facility.
Alright, so now what we're intended to do is we're intended to grapple up here. And what this does is this triggers this this cutscene where we're kind of introduced to the Arkham Knight's army. And then we have to actually look at a Predator in detective mode. We don't have to do that Predator. Like, in the actual game, like, what you would do is you would look at that Predator, then you'd do it, you'd then interact with the computer, you would then, like, go to the top of Ace Chemicals, find all the worker locations, and then do the workers. But one thing is we don't have to do the Predator. If you already know where the workers are, you can just rescue all the workers. Also, though, this cutscene, we can actually skip it by gliding over the cutscene trigger. So first we want to start gliding. Before we do that, what I like to do is I like to line launch here. Line launching will just get us to the end of the bridge faster. While line launching, I'm going to get our first upgrade. One thing about upgrades is, so I have this thing called the Wayne Tech Booster Pack installed. It's allowed. The big advantage that you have is this turret shot upgrade. This actually is a pretty big advantage because you're able to destroy certain the twin drones and the like missile launching drones in one hit, whereas it takes either 2 hits or really precise Vulcan gun shooting to destroy them normally. So if you have this, I would highly recommend using it. If you don't have it, if you're on console, you're in a bit of trouble. You kind of have to deal with it. You don't have it there. If you're on PC, on Steam, and you don't have it, there are ways of getting it. Ask in the Discord. But anyways, the first upgrade we're going to get is Critical Strike. So go to the combat here, which is this thing on the left, and then get these 2 fists. Okay, so when you're line launching here, you can stop here and then like glide off. I actually don't like to do that. It's a little bit harder for me, so you can also just line launch and wire walk here. This is a little bit easier. So I'm going to first show this on keyboard. It's much easier on keyboard, so you kind of just go here, grapple, cancel, turn your camera, and you'll have enough height to clear this thing. So you never go over the cutscene trigger, and things are good. So on controller, it's much harder to do this. I don't know if I can even do it. We'll see if I can do it. I tried it in my glitchless tutorial and didn't get it, so... Yeah, I don't think I'm going to have enough height to do this, so let's try this again. I'm like really terrible at controller gliding. So if you're on controller and you're having trouble with this, you don't have to do this. It saves about like 40 seconds or something. Yeah, so this is like the thing that happens because on controller you can't turn as well. You need to if you're not at the right angle, you have to you want to basically do the grapple cancel facing like this way. Otherwise, if you're facing this way, you're not going to be able to turn fast enough. Whereas on keyboard and mouse, you are able to turn really fast. Which is why we recommend gliding on keyboard. Whoops. May as well try it one more time, but I'm not good at controller, so... Okay, so I think I got it. Something like this. So, yeah, so it is doable on controller, it's just much harder. So for this, this worker, so we don't need to, as I said, if you know where the workers are, you don't really need to do too much, but there is a slight difference between doing the workers on hard versus easy, in my opinion. A lot of people don't do this, but so on hard, what you do is you do this. You can also do this on easy. And you can also do this on easy if you don't have critical strikes. Basically, you fear take down 3 guys, drop the light bulb on the light thing on the guy's head, and then batarang this last guy. If you're on easy, and you have critical strikes, because it is possible not to have enough upgrade points for critical strikes. The way that usually happens is if you get hit in a tank fight, you won't have enough XP for that. But basically, so again, we'll line launch here, get our upgrade, critical strikes, switch the game to easy. I think a lot of people don't do it this way, but we'll see. I'll show you how I think you should do this fight on easy. So, fear takedown again, but then you can just punch this guy a bunch of times, oops, and then batarang this last guy. I kind of messed that up. I didn't do the fear takedown properly. I'll just try it one more time. But because you have critical strikes, you're able to punch people and have them go down pretty quickly, so I would probably just so I recommend punching the 4th guy until he gets knocked out, and then bataranging the last guy. So let's just try it one more time. And this is if you have critical strikes. If you don't have critical strikes, then just do the same thing as what we do on hard. Oh, one other thing is that if you're in this upgrade menu, normally you'd have to press escape twice to get out of it, but you can actually just, if you're in this part, you can press the tab button, and then it gets you out of the upgrade menu. So that's another important thing. So if you take down this guy, this guy, this guy, and then this guy right here, we just punch him, and then you can take out the last guy. So now if you recall, we tried to charge up our missile barrage in the Panessa tank fight, and the reason why is so that we can prepare this tank fight. So for this tank fight, select your Batmobile. Sometimes you get that animation where the camera goes to the Batmobile instead of just cutting to the Batmobile, which is a little slower because you're not able to interact with this as quickly. But you pull this up. When you drive over the ramp, what I do is I point my camera to the left and then missile barrage. The reason why I point my camera to the left is I want to, it generally will then, if the camera's pointing to the left, my missile barrage will generally hit the 4 tanks that are on the left, and then I know to shoot the one on the right. If I use the missile barrage just all willy-nilly without any camera manipulation, it'll hit the one on the right, and then I won't know which tank it's not hitting very easily on the left. So this is just a way of kind of controlling which tanks get hit with a missile barrage, and I'll know what the last tank is that I need to hit. So here, I'll show you. So basically you go here, turn my camera to the left, missile barrage, and then shoot this tank. And because I controlled the missile barrage a little bit so that it hit these 4 tanks on the left, I could immediately shoot the tank on the right. Whereas if I didn't have my camera like that, the missile barrage would include the tank that's on the right, and I wouldn't know which tank to shoot on the left. So that's just a tiny thing that I do here. So pull this. So here we're gonna go to the second worker. We'll pull down this wall here. So what some people like to do is they like to shoot 2 of these guys, and then do that. I prefer to actually just shoot these 3 guys, to shoot the 3 guys and eject, because generally gliding is going to be faster than running, so that's I'm not sure exactly which one is faster. I don't think anyone's timed it, but that's what I prefer to do, just to shoot 3 guys and glide. Also, I've had it where I eject from the Batmobile instead of taking that guy out, which is annoying. Right here, Arkham Knight's gonna come down. Start interacting with the start remote controlling the Batmobile when he says keep your. When he says your, he's gonna say keep your guns. You can press the button when he says your, and you'll have control over the Batmobile. Then what we're gonna do is so here. Then we shoot these guys, and then eventually we'll get the swing. And so now what we're going to do is, instead of fighting these guys, we're going to try to remote control our Batmobile and shoot all of them. It's a little inconsistent, because a lot of times what happens is one of these guys is going to stand up and you won't be able to remote control the Batmobile anymore. What I try to do is I try to shoot people from left to right, because the guys on the left are usually clustered a little bit closer together. And you're able to hit like 2 of them with a single. You have a better chance of hitting 2 of them with a single shot, because they're clustered together, and taking them out, which means that you can focus on the guys closer to Batman a little bit sooner, which can make all the difference between whether you have to actually like take these guys out with a fight versus like using the Batmobile. So let's try to see if it pays off. So we. Yeah, that was kind of the worst thing that could have happened. Yeah, so if you don't get it right... Oh, I'm still on easy, so on easy it's much more forgiving. You can just critical strike everybody. On hard, it's like kind of a disaster. So... but yeah, usually what I would try to do is get them from left to right. I like kind of messed up the aim. Then you can shoot people who are clustered together a little more easily, and then hope that you can shoot the rest of the guys before you get broken out of that RC Batmobile, which is always annoying. So we interact with this guy. We're not able to start skipping the cutscene until after he like gets out of this building.
Stay calm and tell me what you know.
And then we're gonna head to the last worker. So if you played this game before, there are 3 other workers. 2 of them are dead, so it's better to just skip to the last worker.
It's worse than
So what I like to do here is skip the cutscene. Immediately when Batman is starting to put his thing away, then grapple. That's like that'll save the time. You don't have to wait for him to put the thing on his wrist away. And what you do is we grapple out of there. So let's just show this again. So we have this ceiling here. So we grapple out of here. Then what we'll do is we'll grapple boost off of this. Because if you try to grapple cancel, this area has a lot of invisible walls. You can't, like, I've seen some people try to like glide around to the left. I can like show you what happens if you try to glide around to the left. Basically, you'll get caught on an invisible wall here. Yeah, so I get forced over to here. There's an invisible wall that basically stops you from doing that. So what you actually need to do is you need to actually get enough height to actually clear the top, like we did with the Ace Chemical skip, and you have enough height if you just boost off of here. So don't get fancy with the movement. Just boost off. It's not bad. Make sure you glide like a little bit to the right of this wall, because again, there are invisible walls that prevent you from. There are invisible walls that prevent you from like going through some parts of this wall here. So, kind of just to show you again from the top. So we are here, grapple out here, boost out of here, and by the time then you'll be able to boost out of here, then glide basically like a little bit on the right side of this, and then get onto these pipes here. So then what you can do is angle Batman. You want to angle Batman enough so that when he can dive roll. We're going to want to dive roll. There's like a rock down there that we can dive roll onto. But we want to dive roll so that we don't get caught onto these pipes. Because if you get caught on these pipes, you won't have enough forward momentum to get to the rock that we want to get to. So roughly, just make sure you're kind of far away from the pipes, and then just do a dive roll forward, and you want to get to about here, or to get to here. And then this wall on our right has no collision, so we can literally just walk on through it. And now we want to get to the elevator that's like over there. So what we do is, at least the way I do it is, so you do 1, 2, 3.5. And then when I see then I look at the lines on the side of his cape. After that, I do a shorter dive bomb, because you don't need that much speed to make it to the elevator. So when you get into the elevator, it's very important. Do not leave the elevator until these guys spawn in. If they don't spawn in and you leave the elevator, you actually soft lock. You have to go to the menu and load a backup save. It's that bad. So make sure you don't leave the elevator until these guys are spawned in. Otherwise, they never spawn in. And even if you reload, they won't spawn in. So again, here there are a couple of movements you could do. So the one I do is I grapple up here, and then I run and slide kick. Well, I would run and slide kick if I did it properly. And the other movement you can do is you grapple up here and hold forward, and then you roll, and then you can crouch into it. I don't know which one's faster. I'm guessing the one I do is slower, because that's how everything always works. But yeah, you can do either. Either works. People always ask me, why don't I slide kick through this? Because you can slide kick through a lot of these kinds of grates, but you can't slide kick through this one. The game doesn't let you. You can go up to it and pull it to open it, but it's better to just backclaw it. This is faster, and do that. Okay, so on hard for this fight, basically we're going to start out with the fear takedown. So there's this guy that's in the way of this ninja. Sometimes he'll be a bit more to the right, and then you can actually take this ninja out, and then you can take the medic that would be on our left out, but I'm not getting that, so we'll just take that. The most important thing is taking out a ninja, especially on hard, because ninjas are incredibly annoying on hard. Then, in general, what I try to do on hard with this fight is to do combo takedowns on the ninjas, and then try to critical strike everybody else until they get knocked out. And definitely try to take out the medic early, so that he doesn't revive any ninjas or any people, because that will slow down the fight. So the medic's right there, so definitely punch him. Combo take down that guy, punch him again. If that happens, that's unfortunate. Oh, when these guys charge at you, you can see with the indicators, batarang them. That's the fastest way of dealing with them. Combo take down this guy, and then batarang the last guy if you can. Oh, and one other thing is, after a fight, what you want to do is hold crouch, because Batman will often have this weird animation where he like looks at his wrist and admires it. It's like really obnoxious. And if you crouch during that, you can break out of that a little faster. So in a fight, after you take out everybody, you hold crouch. That's just a good habit to get into. It gets you out of that.
Over here.
All right, so we'll interact with this guy. We're gonna go to the elevator. We can't start skipping the dialogue until he gets into the elevator. The elevator door is gonna close once we get into it. Again, like when we skip that dialogue, we also crouch. Basically, wait until the door gets to like basically. So you have so you have 1, 2, 3, 4 squares here. Wait till it gets to like the 3rd or 4th square before remote controlling the Batmobile. If you try to remote control it too early, you won't be able to. So here, look at it, and then remote control about there. So, and then again, like, so the way this game works is we were intended to do a bunch of puzzles basically in order to get to that worker. And we're not actually able to get the worker out from that elevator the normal way because we didn't do any of the setup for that. But with this game, what you can do is actually just drive the Batmobile over here, but the game thinks that both workers are rescued. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna reload from checkpoint here.
Take them back to GCPD.
Reloading from checkpoint does a few things. The most important one right now is that it puts Batman back in the Batmobile, which is nice because you can get Batman back into the Batmobile by driving over this ramp as well. But then you trigger a cutscene. You then have to get out and do a bunch of stuff. It's really slow. So if you just reload here, Batman will be in the Batmobile, and then we can do the next part of Ace Chemicals. And the next part of Ace Chemicals is we're going to glitch our way to the center of Ace Chemicals by, again, ejecting from the Batmobile and going onto these pipes. Make sure you're driving a little bit forward before ejecting, otherwise you won't have enough speed to glide here. So drive forward a little bit, but not too much, because if you drive forward too much, you won't actually be able to eject, or you'll like drive over the ramp. It's like really weird. But drive forward maybe like for a half second to 3/4 of a second, and then eject and glide here. Again, we'll do the dive roll here.
Back in there and find Scarecrow.
And one thing is that if you mess up this dive roll, so like if you mess up this dive roll, well, I guess I can't mess up the dive roll. Let's try a couple things. So very common. It's very common to when you're starting out, and even if you're not starting out, to drive forward a little bit. But like you can mess up this dive roll in a couple ways. So let's say my angle is like this or something, and then basically this happens. So this is actually a problem because we can't actually climb up right now. You can obviously reload from checkpoint. What you can also do is just fall off glide and then grapple cancel off of this back onto the pipe and try again. Anyway, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the middle of Ace Chemicals. So 2, 3.5. This is kind of a precise glide. So the way that we do it right now is we go over here and do a line launcher tightrope about here. Then we go here. We zip line here, and then go to this wall and turn, load in this area. Then this area is going to deload. You get this grapple point, cancel it, and then you go over to Ace Chemicals right here. There are a bunch of backups, and there's actually a faster way of doing this that is really, really risky, and nobody does it except Phoenix, and he loses all of his runs to it, so I don't recommend it. So if you don't want to do the line launch tightrope, like so you can also just get onto this platform here, and then line launch over here. If you're doing this, you need to basically make sure you basically wire walk before you get to the end manually. If you do the tightrope, it'll wire walk you for you, and then yeah, you can do the same thing here. Alternatively, if you're having trouble with the glide, there's a backup for it. So So if you're having trouble with this glide, what you do is
I need the Batmobile to get back in there and find Scarecrow.
so there's a grapple point about, like, let's say you're too low. There's a grapple point about right here that you can grapple to, and then from here you can kind of easily glide to where you need to, which is right here. And then if this happens, like, you need to make sure that this wall is loaded in. I forgot exactly how to load in the wall. There we go. But yeah, make sure the wall is loaded in before doing this, otherwise things don't quite work. And let's see if and then I know some people were, I think someone was mentioning that doing this on controller is hard, which I believe, because gliding on controller is awful. And I'm not good at gliding on controller.
I need the Batmobile to get back in
So
there and find
on
Scarecrow.
controller, yeah. So I don't have enough speed, so we'll have to go. So we have to go for the backup. But yeah, it is possible to do this on controller, but again, like, gliding on controller just isn't easy. And then the even faster way of doing this is, instead of doing like any tightrope nonsense, you can actually like try to glide towards this wall before it loads in, get it to load in while you're gliding, and turn at the right point while you're gliding. It's like I've never tried it. It sounds really difficult because here the wall deloads, but if you turn at the right time, you'll load in this area. So you can kind of, so sometimes you could like maybe eyeball your position and turn at the right time to load everything in. That's a faster way of doing it, which is awful. I don't think anyone does that. It is possible, if you wait too long or something happens, that the entire area deloads and all your grapple points disappear. If that happens, what you do is you run up to here, and then run up to here, and then 1, 2. Don't do a full dive bomb, but you'll get to here, and so this works. Okay, so that's the Ace Chemical skips. Now for this Predator. So this Predator, you actually do almost identical on all difficulties. So this is on hard. So basically, first thing you do is takedown cancel this guy. Then you backclaw these two people off. For this third guy, you can deal with him in a couple ways. The way I like to do it is I like to just jump kick into him and takedown cancel him. Place a gel here. And then these last three guys, it's a bit random sometimes. But anyways, grapple up here and make sure that you're able to blow up this guy when he like gets in position. And then hopefully these guys are grouped together for a fear takedown, which they happen to be that time. And then that's like ideal what happens. If it doesn't happen, like, you just take out these three guys however you can. There's always a factor, there's always like an RNG factor. There's always an RNG factor with like these Predators once people start spotting you. Okay, so here, make sure you have your gel selected. I like to try to have it before entering, but make sure you have your gel selected somehow. You can also have it selected after. Okay, so we interact with this. And so for these canisters, you can actually cancel these canisters. So you don't have to, and what this does is this skips the animation of you, not just the animation, but like the interaction you have where you pull them out. And not only that, you are able to run with these canisters, and and contrary to popular belief, you're able to run with the canisters on both keyboard and controller. So here, you do the movement. So you can tell I can run with this canister without it blowing up. You can also, if you also on a controller, if you don't hold the direction all the way, you can actually run with the canister. If you hold it all the way, you will you get this like thing where it like can blow up or it can just blow up. So don't hold all the way, but don't hold all the way, but hold part of the way. Okay, so now we'll put this in here, and this is just annoying. You can't see where the lights are, so just be careful. Honestly, when you put this in, you lose a lot of time if you put it in too fast. So just be careful. Honestly, you need to get a feel for it if you want to be risky and put it in a little bit faster. So we can cancel 3 of these canisters. So it's so this is the second one. Put it here.
It's my fault they took her.
She was aware of the risks, Master Bruce. She'll be as angry as you are that she's allowed this to happen. Sir, listen to me. Don't you see?
And yeah, after every time you do that dive roll, I dive roll like backwards to the right here, and this will get me like to where the canisters are. And for this one, after I put it in, I'm going to dive roll backwards to the left. Sorry, I'm getting my left and right confused. This one I dive roll backwards to the right. The other side I dive roll backwards to the left. So here, dive roll backwards to the right, and this one you dive roll backwards to the left. This last one you can't cancel it. If you cancel it, you don't trigger this Joker thing, so don't even try. Or try and learn the hard way. It's up to you.
Miss me?
Yeah, so here, this is standard, so we walk to the elevator. Just in general, like when you're walking, just try walking in the straight, direct line. And also, like, the Gordon will actually, you can interact a little bit to the right of this, so just keep that in mind when you're choosing the path to walk in. Gordon will, like, teleport a little bit to the left.
Welcome, Commissioner Gordon.
Unbelievable.
With these Jokers here, you want to go counterclockwise. Gordon walks way too slow for going clockwise to be worth it. Ideally, going clockwise could like be faster because of the way the dialogues are, but when I timed it, it's faster to go counterclockwise. And there's a certain distance from which you can interact with these cells. You can be like too far, so you can't interact. Being too close is fine, but then it's slower. So the visual cue I have is, if you notice, there's this outer part of this circle, there's the second part here, there's a third part here, and a fourth part here, and then the middle of the circle. And if you notice here, like, I can interact here all the way up to this second the second part of the circle. So if you just follow this second part of the circle, you'll be able to interact with every cell. And then interact with Henry. Henry's dialogue is the longest, which is why, like, one could think that going clockwise would be better, but it's not. So maybe I timed it wrong, but Gordon walks way too slow. So after Henry talks, you're able to finish his talking. You can just spin your camera, and then you'll just spin the Batman.
You need to see this.
Just start spinning the camera immediately once Henry stops talking, or like while Henry is starting to stop talking. Okay, so here, I like to try to start controlling my Batmobile about like half a second or so, maybe 3/4 of a second after Joker wags his finger. So you see he wagged his finger, then you can control your Batmobile before Joker starts talking. Otherwise, like, you could also start controlling your Batmobile when Joker starts talking, but that's a little slower. I feel that it's a little inconsistent exactly when you can, because I've been able to start controlling the Batmobile like right after he wags his finger, but usually it's like half a second or so, or 3/4 of a second after. So now I just kind of do that. And the reason why this is important is if you spam like the remote control Batmobile button, it doesn't work. You have to like press it like at a cadence of like once every like second or so, or once every like 3/4 of a second or something. So it's kind of important to know when you can remote control your Batmobile. So here, let's try drifting around these corners when we can. Now here there's a sentry gun and 2 workers here. And what you want to do is just try to avoid the sentry gun. But if you do destroy the sentry gun, don't drive into the 2 workers. Drive into at most only one of them. Because if you destroy the sentry gun and take out the 2 workers, you're going to get a call from Gordon. So I'll show you I'll just show you what it is. And if you, so here I did that, and then you get a call. You get this call from Gordon. So what you want to do is only just basically if you destroy the sentry and the 2 workers, or the two militia people, you'll get that dialogue. So you want to avoid that. The easiest way is to just avoid the sentry completely. But if you do manage to hit the sentry, make sure to only hit 1 worker at most, or try to avoid both the workers. So yeah, I'm avoiding the sentry. And now there are these 2 tanks. Ideally what you want is you want to get a nice damage boost from the tank. So I maybe try, so it's very inconsistent, but I try to stay a little bit to the right, and then that makes it a little more likely to get a damage boost. I did not get a very good one there at times. Sometimes you can get one that launches you completely out of the hole. It's very rare, but it does happen. You will get shot by the tanks. There's no way around that. But hopefully, like, you do get the damage boost that you want. And again, those tanks are there because we did that skip to get to the middle of Ace Chemicals.
Alfred.
Okay, so now we want to get to GCPD. And in general, right, I always said you want to drive instead of glide, but this is an exception case because there are a bunch of tanks in Bleak Island, and if we try driving to GCPD, we'll end up having to fight a lot of those tanks, which you have to fight them. You won't be able to enter GCPD if you don't fight them. And it's just going to waste a lot of time. So here we're going to actually glide to GCPD. On the way, there is a Predator in the clock tower, which you're intended to do later, but we're going to actually do it now because it's on the way, and it's faster to do it now. So the way you do this on hard, I'm just going to do hard first, then I'll do easy, so silent takedown cancel this guy. Fear takedown these 2 guys. Go over here, throw a smoke at these guys. You can silent takedown this guy. I don't know if it's actually faster. Take out this guy however you want. Like, one trick you can do is backclaw the guy into you, and then you can takedown cancel him. And you can do this, like, because the backclaw slam is not going to take him out necessarily. And then this last guy, take him out however you can. So that's on hard. On easy, you start out the same way, but you can. This Predator will kind of show you how easy is much different from hard. So let's just switch this to easy.
Alfred, analyze the militia forces, troop deployment, equipment.
Oh, so one thing is that when you eject out of your Batmobile, you can eject kind of at a lot of different points, so long as you're between like these like kinds of bridges or whatever these are. But the issue is that if you're on this slope here, and if you like eject, like if you eject here, you'll very easily get caught onto this building here. And likewise, like on some slopes, you might get caught onto here. And that's bad. So if you want to be safe, eject while you're like still on like a flat part. So like about right here. It's a little slower, but it's also safer. Okay, so again, silent takedown this guy. Fear takedown these two guys. But then after this, what you can do is just jump down here and then punch everybody. And on easy, there's like an art to doing predators like this. You want to kind of make sure you keep your combo. And then instead of like doing ground takedowns on people, it's usually better to just punch them an extra 1 or 2 times. So like there you saw I did a bat claw slam. It didn't take him out. I was hoping it would. But instead what I did is it just put him on the ground. You could takedown cancel that, but on easy, it's actually better to just do another punch on him. So that's just a minor difference. All right, so now I will explain. I'll explain zips. So so if you recall, we got this remote electrical charge gun very early. And the reason why we got it early is because we want to use it to do zips. So what a zip is basically you're able to have Batman teleport to different parts of the map, and the exact place where Batman teleports to or zips to is based on where you last reloaded from checkpoint. So in this tutorial, I actually last reloaded from checkpoint in the overworld, and then in Run, you'll have last reloaded from checkpoint in the overworld around the Ace Chemicals area. Remember, we did the first Ace Chemicals skip to rescue the workers, and then we reloaded from checkpoint after rescuing them to get Batman in the Batmobile. But reloading from checkpoint also sets what we call default, quote-unquote, default coordinates. So when you do a zip, you're going to basically teleport Batman to the default coordinates. And in the overworld, the default coordinates are, no matter where in the overworld you are, the default coordinates are like about right here, I think, like something around here. So now to do a zip, the first thing we need to do is get storage. So the way you get storage is have your remote electrical charge gun selected, and what you want to do is be on a gargoyle. You want to aim and fire it. So don't quick fire. Quick firing is wrong. You want to aim and fire it. That's a common mistake when people are starting out, is people try to quick fire for doing this. But you want to aim and fire, and then like immediately after you want to quick fire a batarang. So what it looks like is like that. The reason why we're doing this is basically what we're trying to do is we want to aim. We basically want to switch gadgets while aiming and firing the ret gun. And quick firing the batarang is the fastest way to switch gadgets while aiming and firing the ret gun. If you're on controller, the quick fire batarang doesn't actually switch gadgets. So like here I have the ret gun selected, and then wait, what's the button to wait, okay, there we go. Right, so we still have the ret gun selected. So and also I guess the inputs don't quite work the same way. So what you want to do on controller is you want to basically switch to the Batarang, like in the middle of the animation for aiming and firing the wreck. And kind of the cue for it is that was too late. If you hear, you want to have Batman be in the position where he's firing the wreck gun, but you want him to not have actually fired it yet. So that's kind of the cue for it on controller. So it's, yeah, so I keep doing it too early because I'm not. That's also too early because you heard the wreck gun. Too early. That's too. Oh, sorry. Too late. This is, and that was too early because you didn't get into that animation where he's shooting it. So it's like this. So that's basically the kind of visual cue. So he didn't fire the wreck gun yet, but he didn't fire the wreck gun yet, but he did go into the motion where he's about to fire it. So now you can switch gadgets, and so now in order to actually do the zip, what you do is so what we did now is we got storage. Is basically you interrupt the aim and fire of the wreck gun with a gadget change. On keyboard you do this by quick firing a Batarang. On controller you do it by going to the gadget wheel and selecting a gadget at the right time. So to now zip, you want to aim and then quick fire the wreck gun. So one thing also is you can switch to the wreck and you'll see Batman is like crouched down because the game thinks he's still on a gargoyle. And if we quick fire the wreck gun, we zip. So and you can tell that we zip to about like right. I think what it is, we zip to like the middle of the water right here, and then we climb up about here, something like that. So kind of to show you again, I'm gonna just show what it would look like again fast. So it's oops. So let's do that, and then we can zip like that. So we're going to be doing a bunch of zips in this game, so this is a very important part of the any percent run. It saves a lot of time to do these things. So all right, so now if you recall, we did this Predator. And what we do in this Predator is so we did this Predator. Usually the Predator will end up on easy. The Predator will end up like about here. On hard, it can also end up about here. Regardless of what you do, the next thing you do is you grapple onto this gargoyle, and we're gonna get storage. This is the fastest place to get storage. And the nice thing about grappling onto this gargoyle is you can then grapple this gargoyle and then just do a grapple swing cancel to GCPD. If we were to call the Batmobile like this, the Batmobile will like turn around, which is kind of annoying. So one thing that we like to do is we actually a lot of times speedrunners will go onto the ground and then actually like run into this garage. And if you call the Batmobile while running into the garage, the Batmobile direction doesn't change. Over here, you want to basically what I try to do is so if you drive here, and then come out of the Batmobile, sometimes what happens is Batman will stay on top of the Batmobile and like go back into the Batmobile like through no fault of your own. That's just kind of the big issue with the game. To avoid that, I actually like have a bit of speed and eject out of the Batmobile while the Batmobile is like going a little fast. that avoids all of that. So that's just a way of avoiding that, because I really don't like it when that happens, when Batman just gets back in the Batmobile when I try to eject or try to get out of it. For this fight, or for this car chase, there's an optimal way of doing this that I don't know actually how to do it consistently. I think there's a consistent way though. Basically, you don't want to just, in theory, you don't want to destroy these militia vehicles too quickly. But it's I don't know exactly when you want to destroy them. But basically, so when this militia chase, Arkham Knight is going to talk, and you have to wait for the entire dialogue to finish before Gordon stops driving. And kind of depending on when you destroy the militia vehicles, though, that Gordon's path can change depending on when you destroy the militia vehicles. But if you destroy them, but in general, so long as you destroy the militia vehicles before Arkham Knight stops talking, that's good. But it is also like possible to optimize that a bit more by manipulating Gordon's driving path by destroying the militia vehicles at very specific times. But in general, when I do runs, I destroy them very early. I don't know. I just destroy them. It's hard. It's too hard to control, and it's like inconsistent. So I try to take out this guy first. Yeah. So we have this dialogue, and then Gordon will, if you do it too early, Gordon will usually drive left. So I didn't do it that early that time. You can also push Gordon's car to the right spot, but there are a lot of times where you're not actually able to drive past Gordon's car. The way you get out of that, like right now I can't drive past Gordon's car. There's like some invisible barrier blocking me. The way to get around that a little bit faster is to go in and out of tank mode about 4 times. Going in and out of tank mode 4 times for whatever reason allows me to then go up to Gordon's car. And then you can actually push his car to be closer to where you want it if you are so inclined. But you can only do that after you actually get past that invisible wall. So here we're going to do a dialogue skip. So Alfred is going to basically tell us, so this game, in Gotham we have 3 islands. There's Bleak, Miagani, and Founders Island. Alfred's going to tell us how many tanks there are on each island. We can skip that dialogue on keyboard. We cannot skip it on controller. So this is a keyboard only thing, and as such it's PC only, and this does save quite a bit of time though. So what you do first is you move the thing anywhere. You can move it anywhere. It'll automatically then go to Miagani Island. Once it moves, press space, and then it's going to go to Founders, press space, and then move it, and then it's going to go to Bleak, and then press space. It's very easy, but it only works on keyboard. But basically, you want to move it once it like locks. Like at the start, you move it immediately. Then you move it again after it locks back onto Batman's location. Then again, like it'll then move itself to Founders, and then you press space. It'll lock back onto Batman's location, and once it does that, then you move it again. So I see people doing it wrong a lot, which is odd, but oh, whoops, I pushed the wrong button. Anyways, now we'll head to the clock tower and do this tank fight. There's some debate about this, whether you want to use your missile barrage. The issue with this tank fight is that you don't get a lot of value out of your missile barrage a lot of the time, because there are a lot of buildings. Like here, I had the 4x missile barrage, but it only took out 3 tanks because all the other tanks are like behind buildings. If you can get but I think that if you can get the value out of it, it's worthwhile to use it. Definitely try to avoid getting hit in this tank fight. You should try to avoid getting hit in all the tank fights, honestly, but So there's a dialogue where with Gordon, and basically what I try to do is I try to eject before that happens. Then we again get to the top of the roof, and then we'll have it here. All right, when we enter the clock tower here, hold like forward or forward right, and while holding space, and usually you'll be able to run to Barbara, which is a little bit faster. It didn't work that time, but that happens sometimes. So yeah, hold forward and space while going into the clock tower. That is usually good.
Come on, show a little spine. Just wait till your father gets home. He's going to be furious about all this mess.
So here, go look at this wall. After basically walk a little bit, and you need to wait like a little bit before like turning around in order for this text to spawn. So I like to kind of control that by walking a little bit towards the wall and then zooming in and then turning around. And you have to walk a little bit close to this wall, zoom in, and then turn around, and then the clock tower spawns in.
Nothing like a trip down old memory.
Okay, so now what we're supposed to do in the game is, so we have this wheelchair that we need to interact with. What I like to do is basically you have to move the camera around to spawn it in. I actually like to try to spawn it in twice, because sometimes the first time I spawn it in, I'm not able to interact with it, whereas if I do it twice, I'm like always able to interact with it. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do the biggest skip in the game, which is the penguin skip, where we're going to, instead of doing all of this stuff where we track Oracle to Miyagani Island and then like do a ton of stuff, we will skip about 25 minutes off the glitchless run with this skip by first doing a zip. So what we'll do is we'll zip out of here. And after you zip, what you want to do is quickfire a batarang immediately, because when you zip, you get stuck on like you'll get stuck on a wall a lot of the time, and it's faster to like quickfire a batarang to get out of that. So when you zip, try to quickfire batarang after. Then we want to go to Penguin. So Penguin is over here. There are a couple of glide paths you can do. This is just the one I use. I don't know if it's faster. I never timed it, but so now what I'll explain, I'm going to explain something called corner zips. Basically, so what a corner zip is it's similar to a regular zip, but the difference is that with corner zips, Batman can actually get caught behind objects. So basically what you do is you get into corner cover somewhere. So I'll just demonstrate it right here. So the inputs are you have your rec gun selected, and what you do is you want to aim, punch, and then quick fire, it. So it's aim, punch, quick fire. Okay, and so sometimes what happens when you do this is the game actually crashes, which is exactly what happened here, which is actually really funny that this happened. Yeah, thanks for the raid. Basically what it does is it tries to zip Batman to the default coordinates. And so again, the default coordinates are basically we reloaded in the overworld. So the default coordinates were like at the top part of leak. So here now, this is actually good to show. So let's say that you like forget to get storage, or like you end up having to reload. So you can actually do this. You can actually just do this. You can actually just do this Oracle tracking in order to, and then get out of here normally, because we can't zip out anymore.
If I hack the municipal CCTV system, I should be able to monitor all access points to the building.
Let's just do this. This isn't something you should really be doing in an any percent run, but...
There. That's the vehicle they took Barbara away in. Those tires are Amertech D60s. I can program the Batmobile to track their unique tread pattern. It'll lead me right to them.
Alright, so one thing I need to mention is I have another tutorial on this, but basically if you reload from checkpoint within the clock tower, it's actually you actually have different coordinates than when you reload from in the actual overworld. It's slightly different coordinates. So now where you do the penguin skip changes slightly depending on whether you load in at the inside of the clock tower or inside in the overworld. So here we did it inside the clock tower. So if you reload from checkpoint inside the clock tower, so what we're gonna do is Penguin's hideout is right here, and then there's this door that we need to get through that normally would open at a specific point. What we can do is zip through it. We can get corner cover right here. So if you had reloaded in the overworld, you could just do your corner zip from here, and it would work. At least for me, your mileage may vary. I know some people it works differently for some people depending on like different things. I don't quite get it. But for me, if I reload from inside the clock tower, I then have to walk over to here. And then what you do is you do your corner zip inputs, and then you're able to clip through this door. So yeah, your mileage will vary. I don't know. You'll have to try it out yourself. But for me, if I reload from in the clock tower and I corner zip from there, my game crashes. Some people, they have to go here. Whereas if I corner zip from here in the overworld, my game, it works. So if I reload from the overworld and then corner zip from there, then it works. So it's a little weird. And the other thing is, if you have Season of Infamy installed, the Season of Infamy DLC, this doesn't work at all. You can't do penguin skip like this. I don't think you can even do penguin skip at all. There might be a way, but I don't think there is. Anyway, so now we're gonna go here, do this. There are a few things you can do in here. It's like actually very weird. So I'm gonna show you. So obviously we have to go through this whole thing, but I'm gonna switch to easy. This is just to make things a little bit faster. On hard, basically, in this fight you don't have multi-ground takedown, so you kind of just need to critical strike everybody. And on hard, it's the same thing. It's just longer. It's not like it's not like anything special.
Do not lie to me.
I'm not, I swear. Those airships over the West River, it belonged to him. Put him down.
So one thing is, some people like to dual take down the brute in here. I don't. I think like the idea is like you can dual takedown if you have no other choice, like if you need to take out the brute quickly. But in general, I think it's actually better to build up your combo and combo takedown the brute. So I'm gonna try this one thing. I've tried it before and it worked, but it might take a couple of tries. Oh, so I combo took down the wrong guy. That happens. It's annoying. Yeah, so you're able to crit everybody pretty quickly and on easy. Then what you want to do is go into Detective Vision. The reason why I'm going into Detective Vision is to sort of see how many thugs are left. If there are, and basically what I'm going to try to do is demonstrate like a skip. Nobody actually does this skip because it's very inconsistent. But I just want to show you that it exists. So, 3, 2, 1. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do.
I must destroy these.
Yeah.
weapons.
Okay, that was actually really unlucky because Nightwing beat up. Nightwing took out that guy. That's really unfortunate. Okay, so all I'll do here is I'll dual take out this guy just to show that this is a thing. Then you're gonna want to switch back to Batman. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, what? There's. Man, this is why nobody does it. It's so inconsistent. It's so hard to, like, you have to set this up. So basically what we're trying to do is there was this floor grate we came out of, and if you get in the floor grate, like right when you take out the last guy, you can exit this and proceed on to the next thing in this game, to the next objective in this game, without destroying the penguin, without destroying this vault. The game normally prevents this by not letting you get in there, but if you time it right and get like very lucky, get a little bit lucky, then you can actually whoops. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3. Oh, okay, so that's 1. Okay, so. Oh, whoops. So then batarang this guy, and then you can get into this grate. If you get that animation, you can get in this grate and then grapple up, and then you can exit. And the way you exit here is you need to door cancel this normally because the actual because we glitched through a door and that door would not be open. Like right now it is open because I reloaded from checkpoint, but you have to actually do a door cancel to get out of here. So I'll show that a little later. But basically, this is a thing you can do. The actual big problem with this is that you do lose out on 2 upgrade points, which are pretty important. So in general, this skip you would only want to do on New Game Plus, and maybe there's an argument for doing it on Easy. I think you might actually want to do it on Easy optimally, but you do lose out on 2 upgrade points. So on hard, it's not really a thing you want to do. Okay. So now let's say that you don't want to go for that, which no one, I don't think World Record even does that. Whoops, that was the wrong guy. Alright, so let's say you just do the fight normally, you can't get in the grate anymore. The game doesn't let you.
I need to destroy these weapons.
Then what we can do is destroy the vault. And now what you can do is there's this animation that's about 15 seconds long where Batman closes the vault, and we can cancel it. And the key to canceling this is to stand in the correct spot. So the visual cue is you want to stand in front of this wheel here, the thing that you would use to like lock it, a vault, And then like a visual cue I use is stand like you see there's this carpet here and the floor. So stand where Batman's feet is like between those. So he's half on the carpet, half on the floor. And then you can do a regular door cancel or a regular animation cancel, like the door cancel type of cancel. And it's critically important that you stand in the right spot. If you don't stand in the right spot, the cancel doesn't work. You end up canceling, because there are basically what happens is there are extra animations if Batman is too close or too far from the door, and you end up canceling those extra animations and not the actual vault animation. But basically now we cancel this, we can grapple out of here. And now what we want to do is cancel this door. One is faster too. Otherwise, what you have to do is reload from checkpoint to get this door to open, the doors that we glitched through to open. But like right now, like we did reload a few times, but it's still faster anyway to just cancel this. So we'll cancel this. This will so what this door cancel did is it deloaded the interior of the vault and loaded in the overworld. So now we're basically in like a weird part of the overworld, like inside of a building. Walk this way. And then dive bomb like through this little gap and like mash grapple. You'll grapple here, and then grapple on. Ideally, you grapple onto this light post. You might not get that grapple point. And then what we're going to do is fear takedown 4 of these guys. We'll do a 2x fear takedown here, and then there, and then just hold crouch. Hold crouch after that last, after you fear takedown the last guy, and then you'll be able to start punching this guy immediately. If you don't hold crouch, Batman again does this thing where he like stands and looks at his wrist. So then we have to destroy these. You can destroy these with just a regular takedown cancel, like that. And then walk to here. You have to walk here to trigger this thing. So in here, we're going to get this like zoom in of Stag's airship. And what you want to do is run forward until it says 13, when it gets to sub 1330. So and then once it gets to sub 1330, you want to start turning right. So just to show you what's happening is, it says 1367. This is Batman's distance to the objective. If you run forward, Batman will jump over this, and if you get to when you get to 1330, your Batman's about here. So when you get to sub 1330, then you can start turning right, and he will turn right and go here. So that's basically what I'm trying to do with this. Basically, run forward until it says 1330, and then turn right. And then you can then do the regular movement to get to the watchtower. I'd like to do this. So grapple off here. Do a grapple cancel off this. Then I like to go to grapple the farther gargoyle. I think it's slower. I think it's actually better to grapple off this gargoyle, but it's a bit harder, I think. I got it that time, but it is a little harder. So then grapple off of this crane. So for this Predator, the way that we do this is you go to this drone controller, do a canceled silent takedown on him. Go to this guy, do a canceled silent takedown on him. Go to this guy, cancel the silent takedown. Then these two guys, you can, if you're depending on like, sometimes you can actually grapple to here and just do a fear takedown on them. Sometimes they'll actually go down the ladder a little bit faster, in which case grapple a little more to the left and throw a smoke, and then you can fear takedown them. But here we got the faster thing. So that's nice.
Taking out the militia.
And that strat, we do that strat on every difficulty. So this is on hard, but you can do that on, or sorry, this is on easy, sorry. But you can do that same strat on hard.
Now to disable the tower.
And now here, what you want to try to do is get a little bit to the side of here, and then once Batman finishes talking to Lucius, zoom in and grapple that. You can actually grapple that much faster. There's like a little bit of a cooldown before you can grapple it, but you can actually grapple it before that cooldown happens. But anyways, we'll grapple this, point the camera to the right, and then sometimes it works. It didn't work that time. But let's try it again. So it's you zoom in here, get that grapple point, and then cancel the grapple. And if you get at the right height, you can actually glide. You only have to grapple once at the top. If you don't get that, you have to do this thing, which is a bit slower. And do only one grapple boost. Don't do two. If you do two, you'll like fly over the building way too far. So we'll get our remote hacking device. I think optimally, it's faster to use controller for the remote hacking device. Here, do a 3-second dive bomb. It's actually important to have speed for this. And then one thing is that when you're like a little bit high, if you dive bomb and then stop your dive bomb at the right time, you can actually just start standing immediately. You won't have to. If you like dive bomb and then like fall too far, you'll do a roll. If you dive bomb and don't like stop the dive bomb, you'll do this like thing where he punches the ground. So it's better to, the best thing to do is to dive bomb and then stop the dive bomb so Batman ends up like in a standing state. These hacks are RNG, and in practice, like, I don't have a better time using controller than keyboard, so I just use keyboard. But I think optimally, theoretically, controller is faster. Okay, this is another grate that we can't, you can't slide kick through this. You have to back claw it.
Soldiers are using an unmanned drone. If I can, I've got the code.
So you electrocute those guys. Hack this. When you run through here, quick fire some batarangs. That breaks you out of. It'll break you out of a thing where Batman is like walks and talks to Alfred. So just. And then switch to explosive gel and cancel this thing. Whoops. When you tilt the airship, make sure you tilt it so that this crate falls out the window. It's very important that you do that. So the way on keyboard it's A. I don't quite know what it is on controller, but you'll make that mistake once and then never make it again. And now what we're going to do here is we're going to go in here and we're going to reload from checkpoint. The reason why is we're going to do a zip, and we want our coordinates to be Stag's airships, because right now we're in Stag. If we reload our game from in Stag's airships, we'll have the coordinates set to Stag's, and then we can basically zip relative to that. Anyways, right now I'm going to make a backup save. Because now what we're going to do is, if we're on easy, we're going to do something. We're going to get a specific autosave. We need this autosave for one main reason. Because what we're going to do is, what we're supposed to do is, so here, you're not able to actually like interact with this until the airship is level. So what you do is then you kind of have to wait, and then you tilt it to the left, then lock it, and tilt it to the right, because we want this thing at the top to be tilted to the right. then what we're going to do is we get this autosave. This autosave does two things. One is it puts all of the airships into their final positions, because if you know it, if you've kind of played the game, at the beginning, the airships kind of fly around the city, but then they eventually settle onto this part on top of Founders Island. And this autosave is kind of the last point where the airships move. So now the airships are in the right position. The other thing this does is on easy and normal, you get something called the one-hit KO, which basically if you like punch somebody, they go down in one hit, which is kind of weird. And it stays that way. Or it stays that way until unless you reload from checkpoint, or until you get to Christina Bell, which is a bit far down the line. On hard, you get a 2-hit KO, so it's not nearly as valuable, although it's still pretty valuable. And so now what we're supposed to do is we're supposed to go through Stag. This is airship. So this is Stag Alpha. This is Stag Airship Alpha. Then there's Stag Airship Beta. And basically what we're supposed to do is we're supposed to do a bunch of stuff through Stag Alpha, and then we go to Stag Beta. And what we're going to do is skip all of this stuff on Stag Alpha and go to Stag Beta directly. So the way we do that is, so first I'm going to have this set to hard. I'll do this again on easy. What we do is we go up here, we're going to leave the airship, which is kind of ironic, but because the way we get to the airship is to leave it. Grapple, you can cancel this grapple and then like fall. This basically, when you're gliding away from this airship, you can get shot by a turret, and if you grapple and then like fall, it usually won't hit you. So that's just a little thing. Then what we're going to do is we're going to do a zip. So as always, when we do a zip, we need to get storage. Storage is you go here, get our storage. Then what we do is we're going to glide to here. It doesn't really matter exactly like the positioning on here is very flexible, but you want to glide to this area. Basically, this area is far enough away so that the airship 2 is deloaded, but close enough so that airship 2 can load in if you glide to a certain part of it. So what I'll show you exactly what that means. So what we'll do is we'll do a zip. 1, 2, 3.5, and you can see the airship is actually deloaded. But if we go to this back area of it, then we can load it in. And then we can continue on with the skip. So now so basically what we did was we basically went to over here on the map. We then glided to about right here, and then we zipped over to airship 2, and then loaded it in. And now we're basically inside of airship 2. So now we can go here. Go here. There's like it doesn't look like there's a gap, but you can actually just fall in here. The gap, like there's like a one-way ceiling here. All right, so so here when we get to this corridor, go to about run to like about like so at this when we cross like this, like there's like this column, there's like this column. So when we get to this column here, we trigger a dialogue with Alfred. So what you do is throw batarangs before you do that, and then you skip that dialogue trigger. Then we'll switch to gel, and so this is on hard. So what we're gonna do on hard is we're gonna do a very funny little glitch in this Predator, because this Predator is extremely difficult on hard normally, but if we do this glitch, it makes it really easy. So what we do is we exit the room, then we will door cancel this once, and then if we go back in here, then the enemies aren't going to see us. So this is actually like a very nice way to practice your takedown cancels. So yeah, you can basically just run around, take down everybody. So on hard, this is an extremely good way of doing this. I do this on normal and New Game Plus too, although I think it's slower to do that. On easy, you don't want to do this because it's substantially slower. I think it's like 20 seconds slower, but anyways, this is a nice way. And then this last minigunner, though, you do have to beat him down. He doesn't move because you've done silent takedowns on everyone. But yeah, so that's kind of how you do this Predator on hard. You basically do that door cancel, and then the Predator becomes really, like, it becomes free. Like, you don't have to worry at all about dying. On easy, you don't want to do that. It's slower to do that. Because on easy you have a one-hit KO. So what we will do is I will sort of demonstrate what the one-hit KO is. It's kind of funny. So in order to do that, I need to go back and sort of show it. So we will switch the game now to easy. You have to wait to interact with this. Just be patient. You have to wait till the airship is level. And then we go here. Again, jump backwards. Okay, and then we will get our storage again. Yeah, that little bounce off the wall, that you don't have to do that, but it's just I think it's a little bit faster.
The revised formula works.
Again, throw some batarangs over here. And so now when we do this Predator, so the idea is that, as you saw, beating down the minigunner is very slow, but there are these like generators that you can blow up to take out the minigunner. So the general idea of this Predator is to try to do everything you can to lure a minigunner to one of those generators and blow it up. Otherwise, beating down the minigunner takes like 20 seconds, so it's very slow. And with the one-hit KO, what we can do is kind of just lure him by just taking people out. So what we do first is grapple here, do a silent takedown on this guy. The only reason is so that you can then do a fear takedown on these next two guys without them getting alerted. Then, so that's the one-hit KO. It makes the... So then the minigunner is over here, so let's you can also backclaw slam these guys and take them out in one hit. And then I get in here because if I try to right click right now, I will actually I'll actually drop a smoke, which is not what I want. So but if you get in a grate and then right click, you can actually like use your gadget properly without dropping a smoke. This is a keyboard only thing. If you're on controller, you can aim a gadget without dropping smoke because they're bound to different buttons. But yeah, so what I did was I tried luring the minigunner there to that generator and blowing it up, which blows up the minigunner, which is very fast. So yeah, so you can see with the one-hit KO, this Predator is incredibly fast on easy, so it's not worth doing that door cancel thing. So now what we want to do is we want to get storage, because we're going to do a zip pretty relatively far down the line. I think in a run it's like 15 minutes down the line. So what we'll do is, getting storage here is like the right choice. It's like the fastest place to get it.
Batman, you're... No, come back, Batman. Please. Okay.
Alright, here you want to choose the right Scarecrow. You don't want to choose the left one because the right one lets you fight with the guys faster. So that's just a thing.
Helpless as she dies. How do we decide? Roll up. It's the pick. Bad luck, bats.
You're not dying. It just feels like you are. My toxin is filling your lungs, drowning you in your greatest fears. What can you see? A city engulfed in fear. Betrayed by those you trust the most. Your darkest secrets revealed. As I tear your mind apart, Gotham will watch. I will cut that mask from your face, and the whole world will see the fear in your eyes. Then they too will understand. There is no savior, no more hope, no more Batman. Maybe it's...
Okay, so yeah, here we're gonna just punch these guys, and as I said, you're able to punch these guys immediately if you choose the right Scarecrow instead of the left one. Otherwise you have to counter these guys. So yeah, I try to be risky there. On hard you don't want to do that too much. But you lose a lot of time when you counter, and then just beat them down. Over here, walk until you get to like the edge of this semicircle, like about there, and before interacting with Scarecrow. Otherwise, you'll like just punch without interacting. It's kind of annoying. So.
Come on, finish him. Look at him. He's no better than the creep who killed your parents. You need to do something. You need to stop him. Good.
Something's changed. You're different.
I'd prefer to call it a work in progress, but it does show potential.
You're trapped. There's nowhere to run.
Who said anything about running?
Alright, so for this part, we'll obviously skip the cutscene. So here now we need to get to Oracle. Getting to Oracle, it's just kind of movement. I think one thing you can do is you can glide like a pretty substantial part of the way. You can also do some dive bombs. I think in my glitchless tutorial I showed one way. Here I'll just show the other. So grapple here, cancel it, and yeah, then get a little low, don't go completely straight, and then do like a small dive bomb here. And then what we're aiming for is to do a grapple boost off of here. This movement might be faster than the other one, but I'm not sure.
What?
Sir, what's happened?
She's gone, Alfred.
What do you mean?
Barbara.
Yeah, here this is just a long cutscene. This is, I think, probably the longest one in the game, or in the run. So.
No,
is a good time to go to the bathroom or whatever.
We need to focus.
But what we're gonna want to do is grapple. So on Batman's right, just look this way, or I just look this way and just start spamming grapple like whenever you have to.
It's a dispersal device. Sir, don't you see? Scarecrow has the means to engulf the entire city in fear toxin. You stopped him from making it operational, but it's only a matter of time. Sir, did you hear me?
He heard you. He is wondering how he can live with himself.
Master Bruce, don't let Miss Gordon's death... Don't let it be for nothing.
Oh, you can't bring her back. Let Uncle Jay take charge. No more bad memories, no more pain, no more fear. Scout on her.
Ivy.
Oh, no.
Sir?
Alfred, run a satellite scan of the city. Let me know the instant you locate the Cloudburst.
Of course, sir. Where are you going?
GCPD. Ivy was immune to
Alright, so here, so yeah, we'll grapple out of here, boost out of here, and then we're gonna call our Batmobile right here, because we were gonna drive to GCPD, and it is faster to drive there instead of glide there. To get there, try not to use your afterburner too much because we're gonna try to do a ramp jump. So use your afterburner on this for this ramp. It's just yeah, sometimes that can happen, which is unfortunate, but then over here, I like to get out onto this middle island here, and then line launch over here. If you're on that middle island, you'll always get to the door. If you're not on that island, you'll get stuck on like this bumper, or you can get stuck on like these other bumpers.
Good to see you, Batman.
Okay.
Here it didn't go too well on that airship. Hey, man. You okay? Watch yourself. Don't touch me! Whoa.
What the hell happened on that airship?
Scarecrow took the Cloudburst.
Alright, so here we're gonna meet the first Cobra. In this Cobra, there's one really annoying thing, which is that sometimes there can be thugs that are walking next to it or near it, and if you aggro them, you're not able to actually scan the Cobra. It's like super annoying. It happens very occasionally, but when it happens, it's like the worst. Yeah, so I think you can see here there are no thugs, so we're good. What you can do is you can just go right next to the Cobra and scan it. If there are thugs, I don't really know what to do. I think you can try scanning it from vantage points, but it just sucks. And then after you scan it, instead of going back to the Batmobile, go over here.
However, there is a weakness. The drone's rear exhaust port leads
and go behind the sign so that the Cobra doesn't see you, and then you can remote control the Batmobile after Batman finishes the dialogue and take out this Cobra. You can missile barrage the Cobra, but I don't like to do that because unlike in Glitchless, when you get this Batmobile upgrade, it's like a fake upgrade, and your missile barrage doesn't actually like recharge. In Glitchless, it does. So if you have it in Glitchless, you should missile barrage it, but in this game, in this category, I prefer not to because I want to save the missile barrage for the next Cobra fights. So for this, try to avoid. So one thing you're going to notice if you run this game is that it is possible to try to skip dialogues too early. This is one where it happens like very frequently. So to avoid that, wait for people to start talking a little bit before skipping the dialogues. Otherwise, if you skip the dialogue too early, what happens is you can cancel. Like a couple things can happen. One, you can cancel the animation, but the dialogue still happens, or you can cancel the dialogue, but the animation still happens, and the guy just talks. Lucius will just talk silently. I forget exactly which one happens in this case. So now we want to go to Miyagani. The issue is that the bridge isn't lowered, so we have to get to Miyagani indirectly through a glide. That's starting to happen a lot recently. I don't understand this. There's like some kind of ceiling that prevents you from ejecting in some spots. Anyways, to get there, what I like to do is grapple here and cancel. Then grapple here and cancel it. And now what we're going to do is call our Batmobile here. We're able to actually call our Batmobile here. We're not able to call our Batmobile like in other parts of the island. And here we get this upgrade, the Cobra Lure. This is extremely important for Cobra fights. It really helps you control some of the RNG, so I highly recommend getting it. I know like you could possibly forego it, but it's just too useful to have when it works. Anyways, so let's take out this Cobra, and you can use your Missile Barrage for that one, but I prefer using it for one of these other two. So yeah, then you kind of just take these out. There isn't like a great strat for this. Oops, I'm in a bit of trouble. Yeah, and this Cobra fight is a little bit more annoying in this category. The one in Glitchless is a lot more consistent. Just coming in from the other direction, but yeah, you just do it. And again, here it's not a problem, but sometimes it can. You want to make sure you don't go to this objective too quickly. You want to make sure Arkham Knight says, like, if he finishes his dialogue, that's like perfectly fine. And you can say when you can get there when he says "watching you die," like he's in the middle of saying that, then that's fine. But yeah. So here, again, don't skip the dialogue too early. This is also another commonplace. And then here, if we try to get in the Batmobile normally, we're gonna trigger a Joker dialogue. But if you remote control the Batmobile, you don't. So remote control the Batmobile. Yeah, go to Wayne Tower however you want. I think world record goes like this because there are a few drifting points that are pretty nice.
Lucius, open the parking lot entrance.
I thought you were here already, Mr. Wayne. Must be a glitch in the system. I'll get that checked immediately. Mr. Wayne.
Alright, so here, this tank fight is where the booster pack starts to become useful if you have it. If you don't have it, you have to use your Vulcan gun a lot more. It's not cool. One thing I try to do is I try to get a lot more value off my Missile Barrage by making sure that it like takes out like the more difficult targets, like the Diamondbacks. So normally you have to like use your Missile Barrage or normally you have to use your Vulcan gun for those Diamondbacks. But if you hit them with your Missile Barrage, it's much better. And then yeah, if you have turret shot upgrade, you can take that guy out in one hit, whereas if you don't have it, you can't. So it is actually a pretty big advantage to have it. Sometimes, if you have really good tank fights on hard, you'll have enough to get multi-ground takedown right now. I don't, because that tank fight was terrible, and I think if you do that door cancel thing on the Predator, you get a lot more XP. So sometimes on hard you'll have enough XP for multi-ground right now. Sometimes you won't, and here I won't, so it does make the next fight faster. Yeah, on easy I don't ever have enough upgrade points. So there are a couple routes to get to here. I just like this one. This one's a lot more consistent for me. Basically you go here. You will usually run into a tank here. Sometimes you won't. If you run into a tank, do a scan and then destroy the tank. It's much better with the booster pack. If you don't have the booster pack, you have to use your Vulcan gun on that guy.
I'm ready for
But doing that initial scan is very important. And then go here and scan it. So the other path to get there in any percent, you can't do the glitchless way because you haven't opened Miyagani Tunnel in this. The other path to get there is to go over here. This path theoretically is a little bit faster, but there will definitely be tanks in your way, and you want to make sure not to aggro them. If you aggro them, then what happens? What happens is there can be a tank that's like underneath you that can also get aggroed, and you will have to destroy it, and it loses so much time if that happens. So you have to like kind of cross your fingers so that you don't get like the worst RNG possible. Whereas if you go the other way, even though technically it might be optimally it's the same, because you can't scan Ivy's plant until the dialogue with Alfred and Ivy finish, or you have to wait till the dialogue with Ivy starts. And that doesn't happen until after you finish talking with Alfred. So if you don't run into any tanks on the way in the other route, it's actually the same speed. But this one, on average, will be faster. But in the worst case, this will be much slower because you can aggro a lot of tanks that are really far from you. Whereas if you go the other way, in the worst case, you'll aggro like 1 or 2 tanks that are right next to you, and it's much better. So I prefer that way. I prefer that way. So on hard, I like to start out with the smoke here. You don't have to have a smoke, but smoke makes it a little bit easier to get a fear takedown. And on hard, you want to fear takedown people usually. You can do combo takedowns on this guy. I actually don't have the 2-hit KO anymore because I reloaded. If you have 1-hit KO, you can imagine that it would be much faster. Now, and because the bridge isn't lowered, we have to actually glide to Panessa. In Glitchless, we would drive, but here we have to actually glide. So, so we just glide there. So, Grapple cancel off of this. Yeah, and the reason why the bridge isn't lowered is because we skipped the part of the story that would lower it. So it never gets lowered in this run, which is kind of funny. Yeah, so grapple cancel off here, and then I like to boost off of here. The boost itself is fast, even if the glide itself isn't fast after it. So it's like a little bit of a trade-off. Alright, so here, I reloaded from checkpoint, so I don't actually have storage, and I don't have coordinates. So before you go to Panessa, or go inside Panessa, you actually want to make sure that you have both. If you don't have both, so if you don't have coordinates, you have to go all the way to Stag and get them. So you really want to try to avoid reloading from checkpoint in any way possible to do it. I reloaded from checkpoint for demonstration purposes, so it's fine. But in a run, you generally want to have the Stag coordinates. But yeah, otherwise you have to go all the way back here, and it's like really far. But when you get Stag coordinates, basically you want to go to airship 1. So airship 1 is this one over here. You're not really able to go into airship 2 right now. Get into this window that we broke open, and then get in here, and then you would reload from checkpoint, and this will get you your coordinates back. The reason why we want to get coordinates is this is going to allow us to do a zip very soon. And that zip will set some stuff up later on in the run that saves a whole lot of time. So, like, it might seem very slow to be going back and getting coordinates, but it is absolutely worth it. So even if you're like, obviously, like, if you're going for a good time, you'd probably reset if you like had to reload for whatever reason. But if you're starting out doing your first few runs, I highly recommend still going back to Stag and getting coordinates. So now, let's say that you have the coordinates, which we do, but you don't have storage. Like, maybe you accidentally fired your ret gun. Basically, you can lose storage by switching to your ret gun. If you switch to your ret gun while you have storage, you actually lose it. So, like, for example, basically, you would get storage basically on this antenna here. Oops. So, let's say that I switch to my ret gun now, right? So now I do the thing where I aim and fire the ret gun, and it doesn't. Aim and quick fire the ret gun, and my storage doesn't. My storage disappeared. So you want to make sure that one thing that I used to do sometimes that I can still do is if on keyboard you have this there's like these thing for moving your gadgets, which is the mouse wheel scroll up and down. So previous gadget, next gadget, and like I used to like to scroll my mouse a lot. If you can unbind these, if you want to avoid having that happen, I actually keep them bound and I just avoid scrolling. But that is a common way of losing storage for me, at least. So. Here you absolutely want to get the freeze grenade. There's like absolutely zero reason to not get the freeze grenade here. We absolutely need it for some glitches later on, and this is really the only place to get it. So absolutely get the freeze grenade. Alright, now what we're going to do is after we interact with this, we're going to do a zip. So when we zip, we go to Stag's airships, and you can see the entire overworld is unloaded. So I did a 3 second dive bomb there. What we're gonna do is glide to this relay drone. That's like way over there. You can do it in 2 dive bombs. I think that's probably the best. Most people I see do 3, but you can do it in 2. And the thing is, the entire overworld is unloaded right now, but when we get onto the relay drone, for whatever reason, this is the next objective, and after we do this objective, it'll load in the overworld again. So it's pretty nice. We don't have to glide all the way over to the drone and go up the elevator. So the problem with doing this is that this game, for whatever reason, thinks that the elevator is still at the bottom of Panessa. This is going to be important later. So that's the side effect of doing this glitch. Is that you won't actually be able to go down the elevator from the overworld later on. So we're going to have some ways of getting around that.
That should give me enough time to take out the 2 radar towers. I need to destroy the radar before the drone comes back online.
So blind this, and then go here.
dealt with.
So now for the second radar tower, there's a fight up here. We can actually skip the fight. What I'm gonna do to kind of show first is that so what basically if you what I like to do is I like to drop a smoke here, stand like about right here, and then you can, if you aim and like fire the gel, it you'll like fall through. I'm gonna go ahead and just do this fight and just show you kind of the visual cues that I use for that. So what it is by the way, if you saw my glitches tutorial, I like to do this fight like this. This is also going to kind of show one reason why the freeze nade is nice. You can freeze these brutes and punch them. Oh, whatever. Alright, so what the visual cue is so you need to be in detective vision for this to work. And what I like to do is get between, like, so there's this line right here and this mesh, and basically have it so one foot is on the mesh and the other foot is on that, and then get like kind of close to this and then get kind of close to this thing here, and then it'll work usually. So that's the visual cue I use. I think it's pretty flexible because this thing is just generally very flexible to destroy. So now you can see that there's an issue where we can't get out of here. The issue with it is that so we can't get out of here, right? But we actually can. This door's not open, but what we can do is if we get into corner cover here, we can grapple out of here. So you can see we have a grapple point. If we grapple out, we'll actually be able to get out. When you do corner cover, make sure you get into corner cover facing the door, because you can get into corner cover without facing the other way, and it doesn't work. See if I can actually get it. And getting corner cover here is very hard. Yeah, so if you face this way, okay, so if you get corner cover from the other way, basically Batman will try to like stand up. Will just stand up if you get corner cover there. So yeah, it's not really working. I don't want to. It's hard to demonstrate when I'm not getting it. There we go. So if I get corner cover here, Batman just stands up. So you do not want to. You want to face towards this door, not away from it. And then the other thing is getting corner cover here is actually pretty hard. So one thing I try to do, I don't know if it helps, but I like to aim a batarang. And then like usually I'll have an easier time getting corner cover. I don't really know why, or if that's like actually a thing. But anyways, go here and boost out. One thing you don't want to do is sometimes you get like a second grapple point. You do not want to re-grapple. You'll lose like 40 seconds. You can re-grapple, and then it'll take like 40 seconds for you to complete the grapple, or something ridiculously long to do that. There is another way of getting out of there. If you're having trouble with like corner cover, but I don't recommend it. But what you can do is just reload from checkpoint, if you reload from checkpoint, what happens is the doors are you basically I'll show you where you spawn. You spawn spawn right here, and so you spawn outside of it, and the game thinks that the doors are open now, or I guess it doesn't think the doors are open, but you basically get out of here. Of course, you don't want to do this because you lose your stag coordinates. So don't do this. And you also lose any one-hit KO you had. Okay, so this Predator on hard is actually very straightforward, so long as you get this glide here. And this glide is not easy. Basically, you glide into here. But then after you glide into there, you can do a silent takedown on this guy. Do a silent takedown on this guy. You don't want this detective mode detector to speed at you. Now do a fear takedown, so you want to wait for this third guy to be in line for your fear takedown. So normally if you were, so let's just say, because normally in an actual run it takes like maybe like 3 or 4 seconds for the third guy to line up, but you absolutely want to wait for that. Getting this third guy in the fear takedown makes this substantially easier on hard. So pull out your hacking device, blow up this generator when this guy walks to it, then throw a smoke here, and take these last 2 guys out however you want. So I do this. If this guy doesn't climb up the ladder, then I just take him down, and then that's the Predator. So this Predator is much easier in any percent than it is in glitchless on hard, but yeah. I think I'll show what you can do on easy. Here I don't have the one-hit KO, which makes it slower, but the idea is kind of the same. So let's just show this on easy. You can do the same thing on hard. I know some people actually do the same thing as on hard, on easy, but you don't need to. So usually what we do on easy is because you have one hit KO, what you would do is you'd glide to the same place. Do a canceled silent takedown on this guy, and then immediately blow up this. Oh no, I messed it up. Blow up that generator, and that takes out the guy there. Then fear take down these guys, and then just punch your way through the rest of the Predator. Whoops. Yeah, one thing is that when you do these Predators and you have one guy remaining, one very nice thing you can do is Batarang him and then punch him. Batarang will actually get you a combo, and then the punch can carry on that combo. So you'll usually knock that guy out if you do this. So that's just one trick on Predators to finish them off a little bit faster. On hard, I usually like Batclaw slam them because that's just much safer, but that's just preference. Okay, here we have this Cobra fight. This Cobra fight kind of just RNG. You can do some things that make it easier. So what I do, basically the main thing you want to think about with this is you want to make sure you have your missile barrage charged up at the end. If you don't, then there's a missile launcher you need to destroy, and it's slower to do that. I also skipped this dialogue. I don't think it makes a difference, but I don't think it's slower to skip the dialogue, so I just do it. Anyways, usually when these tanks will spawn in, you'll have a tank right here, and you'll have a good angle to get behind it. And hopefully you have at least one weapons generator charged up. So that way when you destroy this, you charge up your second one. Then oftentimes what I'll do is, there's going to be a tank that comes here. I try to lure it here, and I try to take it out with the missile barrage. And then obviously get away before that tank spots you, because it will spot you. Then maybe, I think I can get away with this. Yeah. Okay, this guy's turned around, so we'll take him out. And then this last guy. So this overall is actually like a pretty solid Cobra fight, as long as I get this last one in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, so that's actually like a pretty good an example of like a good Cobra fight. It can go very wrong though, so it's it's RNG. So now we go to this ramp. If you don't know where the ramp is, like learn where the ramp is. I don't know. It's like I don't know. Eventually, I think the objective marker shows up or something. But yeah, you should know where the ramp is, or eventually learn it.
Seriously, he heard you boys coming from a mile away.
Okay, so here, I like to try to include the medic in the fear takedown, which is why I do the fear takedown from here. And then get the multi-ground takedown upgrade here if you don't have it already. Multi-ground takedown is very important for fights, especially on hard. On easy, it's a little less important right now because you would have the one-hit KO, but on hard, better just do it with the multi-ground takedown. And then I like to first take out this brute with an environmental takedown. And so with multi-ground takedown, basically when you throw batarangs at people, when you have a combo and you throw a batarang at somebody, it actually knocks down 3 people. So the general pattern is you want to do, if you batarang 3 people and do multi-ground, you'll take out those 3 people who are on the ground, because that's what multi-ground does. It basically, if you knock a guy to the ground and use it, it knocks out whoever's knocked on the ground. So if you batarang 3 people and use the multi-ground, it takes out 3 of them. If you punch somebody and then batarang 3 people, or if you batarang people and then punch somebody, it takes out 4 people. If you punch, batarang, punch, that takes out 5 people. If you do like a batarang, punch, batarang, that takes out 7 people. And I think on hard you can get away with taking out 8 people with a multi-ground optimally, where you do punch, batarang, or maybe batarang, punch, something like that. And then you can take out 8 people. So just be kind of mindful of that when you do these fights. That's kind of what you try to do these fights quickly, optimally. Sometimes, like, obviously it's hard. Sometimes your batarangs might hit brutes, which don't go down like that. But in general, the general principle is to do fights like that, and that's how you kind of clear these fights really quickly. Yeah, so there. Yeah, but if you're not comfortable with that, you can always just punch 3 guys, and multi-ground you'll take out 2 or 3 of them if you do that. So because there was like an electric guy, I was a little bit scared. So you can like play it a little bit safer. And then there's also some like next level strats for it, where like when you have a guy who's electrified, you would backclaw slam him. But you can also try backclawing him without slamming him. And if you backclaw and then throw a batarang at him, you lose your combo, so don't do that. But you can backclaw him, punch someone else, and then batarang him. And that then you would have 2 people, or maybe a few more people who you can multi-ground. That's like a bit next level. It doesn't really work very well, usually, because Batman really wants to backclaw slam him, or the game really wants Batman to backclaw slam him. But that's just some like thinking. If you want to try to optimize your fights, that's like the kind of thing you'll want to think about. I don't always go for it, especially on hard, because hard is hard. So, all right, so we'll pull this up. And because we have our missile barrage charged up, we can just launch all 4 of them at this missile launcher, and it'll get destroyed very quickly. So if we didn't have our missile barrage charged up, we would have to shoot it like 3 times, which is slow. And it's also hard to shoot it 3 times because it's so far.
Alfred, the Arkham Knight's missile launcher is destroyed. I'm calling in the Batwing to start.
Alright, so to get to the clock tower, so I think the grapple point that's like the best is to grapple here. It's very hard to use it. Like I have a hard time with it. I mean, we can try it one more time, but yeah, like that. That's the best. That's the best grapple point. You get a lot of speed off of that grapple cancel. But an easier one that's a little slower is to grapple over about here, and it's much easier though. And then what I do is I try to grapple onto this crane after, and then you can make it all the way up there. And there's nothing special here. The one thing is that you don't actually want to scan the you don't want to scan the clock, the Oracle, the Batgirl riddle here, because we haven't actually unlocked the riddle menu ever. We haven't scanned any riddles, and if we do, we trigger like an extra Riddler dialogue. So we don't actually want to trigger that Riddler menu in this category. Whereas in like glitchless we do. So. And in like other categories we do, but this category we don't. It would give us like free XP, but it's not worth it to trigger that menu.
Alfred, pull up the footage from the Batwing's onboard scanner.
Certainly, sir. As you can see, the Batwing has completed an orbital sweep of Founders Island, but there's still no sign of the Cloudburst. I will, of course, let you know when the situation changes, but one moment, sir. I'm receiving an emergency broadcast from the movie studios.
Batman, I hope you can hear this. The movie studios are under attack. Robin is in trouble.
Listen to me very carefully. You need to lock down that room. We can't let the infected get out.
Of course. Tell me when.
Henry!
That's enough from you! Well, look who's too late to save the day. How's it going, Batbrain? It's been a while.
Harley Quinn.
So you do remember me. That's weird, because you killed the only thing I ever loved. And now I find you've been keeping a whole new generation of jokers to yourself. I know. Awkward.
Don't do it. They're not stable.
Oh, they're not stable? Maybe you want to take a look in the mirror sometime.
Alfred, I need to get to the movie studios.
Please be quick, sir. Miss Quinn is clearly volatile. Robin may be in serious danger.
Okay, so here, when I get this autosave, I'm gonna make a backup save for this, because I think there's a request to do this both on keyboard and controller, so this is the best place to have an autosave for that.
I told you we should have butchered that bunch of second-rate tribute acts. They'd better not kill Robin Bats. I had the idea first.
So again, the movement to get to Panessa is, again, we do the same thing that we did in the beginning. I do like to get a little bit lower, because I like to boost off of this. And then make sure you have the remote hacking device selected. You want to go behind here, lure everybody over, and blow them up with this generator. And that's hopefully you blow everybody up. Sometimes you'll have a few guys remaining, or usually actually I have a few guys remaining. But there I only had one, which is fine. Anyway, so do this. So here you want to use controller when you're synthesizing Harley's voice. That's actually more optimal.
Modulator I picked up from the Arkham Knight's driver to synthesize her voice.
Well, look who's too late to
Alright, so now what we do is we use the voice synthesizer on this. But what we're going to do is, instead of going through the door, we're going to actually try to go through this door out of bounds. The way we do that, so look backwards, zoom in, you want to get to the right of this light thing. That way when you grapple it, you can cancel off of it without, while actually getting like a very fast glide. Then there's this wall here that has no collision. So go through that, and then you'll grapple to here. Basically, so go through the wall, then turn left, and kind of just grapple, just spam grapple, and you'll eventually grapple to the right spot, which is here. Like, it's possible that, like, you miss it, like, but the grapple point will, like, still, like, be there, so... even if it's hard to see. So now you want to run forward into here. Sometimes you'll glide, sometimes you'll do a jump. Just make sure that you don't get like caught on this wall here, otherwise that kind of messes everything up. So be a little bit to the right, and then you'll be able to do this, and you go here. So now what's going to happen is we're going to open the door, and then we're going to turn around, and once we see the prompt, open the door immediately. There's another way of doing it where you actually observe the entire overworld deload, but you don't need to. You don't have to actually see the overworld deload. You can literally just open it, hold back, and then open it again. And now we could skip the cutscene now, but if we skip the cutscene now, the elevator will be loaded in once we. So I'll show you kind of what we're doing. What we want to do is we need to skip the cutscene after this door opens. So I'll show you what happens when we skip the cutscene after the door opens. So now you can see the entire overworld is deloaded and Panessa is completely loaded. If we skip the cutscene earlier, the entire overworld would be deloaded, but the elevator would be loaded in, and we wouldn't be able to do this glide that I'm doing right now because the elevator would be in the way. I don't know if you want me to show you that. I could show you that. I mean, maybe I can show you that. This guy, for whatever reason, you can't aerial attack him the first time necessarily. But like you can. But what we normally do is we backclaw him into us and then take him down. Anyway, so open this door. Wait till you need Robin to say you took your time. If he doesn't say that, you have to wait until he says it. He absolutely has to say it. Otherwise, this isn't gonna work. So now what we want to do is glide over here. 1, 2, 3.5. Glide over to this door over here. Go in Detective Vision, and I like to pull up like completely. Just stick the camera straight up, and then I'll usually have enough height to open this. And then if you get on this side of the door, you can actually just open the door normally if you want, but faster is to cancel the door. Faster is to cancel the door. So that's and basically then what we've done is we basically have skipped like the entirety of the Panessa roof predator. We even skipped the entirety of the elevator ride. We skipped the entire part where we help Robin, and we even skipped the fight right before Christina Bell by doing all of this. So it saves a lot of time, and the only reason this is even possible is because we did that zip out of Panessa earlier, which keeps the elevator at the bottom. Because if we were to do this skip without that, basically the elevator would stay at the top. If we tried to go do Panessa the normal way after zipping out of Panessa, the elevator would stay at the bottom. So we need to do both of these together in order for this to work and save all this time. So now what I'm going to try is, I think the big request is to try to do the glide on controller, which is annoying because I can't really use controller very well. But
I told you we should have butchered that budget.
So one key thing is when you're practicing, you need to start when you're practicing this. You need to start from from either inside the clock tower, or you need to go into another building, because the game gets really weird about the loading behavior if you actually start practicing the skip from the overworld. So I highly recommend backing up the save from inside the clock tower that you get after you talk with Harley, and then practicing from here. Even though it's a little bit, it might be cumbersome, the loading behavior is actually different for whatever reason, depending on that. So if you either want to load in, you either want to load in from the clock tower, or go into like GCPD and then do it.
Open.
Voice print failure. Access denied.
Nice try, Bat Freak.
Harley's changed the voice code access. I can adapt the modulator I picked up from the Arkham Knight's driver to synthesize her voice.
Well, look who's too late to save the day. How's it going, Batbrain? It's been a while. Look who's too late to save... Voice calibration complete.
Now I can use the voice synthesizer to...
Alright, so if you don't want to zoom in, or if you're having trouble with the cancel, you can just boost off of here. I'm doing this on controller, so I'm not very good at gliding on it, so I'm going to try using controller for this, and this is like an easier way of doing that part. I'm going to do keyboard for this, though, because I don't want to... So then, yeah. Here again, wait for this door to open, otherwise the elevator shaft loads in.
I need to secure the rooftop. I can use the voice synthesizer to manipulate all these men.
Oh, poor Harley.
So backclaw this guy into you, and then do a ground takedown onto him. Alright, now we'll try using controller. Okay, he said the dialogue. Let's see. Oops. Oh, I like fucked up. I like didn't know what detective vision was in this. This is unfortunate. I'm gonna have to try this again. Yeah, I pushed the wrong button, so I didn't go into detective vision. That screwed everything up. Excuse me?
I told you we should have butchered that bunch of second-rate tribute acts. They'd better not kill Robin Bats. I had the idea first.
Did I ever tell you I hate plants? Especially the man-eating ones. So...
open.
Voice print failure. Access denied.
Nice try, Bat Freak.
Harley's changed the voice code access. I can adapt the modulator I picked up from the Arkham Knight's driver to synthesize her voice.
Well, look who's too late to save the day. How's it going, Bat Brain? It's been a while. Look who's too... Voice calibration complete.
Now I can use the voice synthesizer to mimic Harley's voice and open the door.
Ooh, this is interesting. Okay, there we go. So
Something must have happened. Maybe the radio's busted.
If I find out they're slacking off, I'm gonna have Big Al tear their beauty with.
I need to secure the rooftop. I can use the voice synthesizer to manipulate Harley's men.
Oh, poor Harley. Wasting time on those not pale enough imitations when I'm right here in you. Confusing me.
okay,
How
so
the hell?
You took your time.
You got overwhelmed.
you took your time.
Mirror when I was alive. It's like something was holding her back.
1, 2, 3.5. And you probably need to do another dive bomb. I think I'm a little too low. And what you can also do is get on the other side of the door. And so right now I got to the other side of the door, and what you can actually do is just open it from this side. If you have to do a second dive bomb, then that's like one thing you can do. So hopefully that helped. So now we're gonna do the Christina Bell Predator. What we want to do is, when we're out here, like facing these thugs, what we want to do is we want to do a door cancel. So if we had done the Panessa skip the first time where we door canceled it to open the door, then we would basically then do this door cancel again. And what this is going to do is, this is similar to on Stag. It's going to prevent the enemies from seeing us. So this is hugely important to do, and you actually want to do this on all difficulties, surprisingly. So,
Robin, you wait here while I get behind him.
but it is faster to do it on all difficulties, so.
You'll know when you see it.
And now what we want to do here is we actually want to get storage. We're gonna do a zip later on, so this is actually the fastest place to get storage. So you would get storage here.
You need practice. Come on.
And then we can go into this Predator. So the important thing is to do a dual takedown on the minigunner, and cancel the dual takedown. So it's the same inputs as any cancel, but because it's a dual takedown, it's actually loud and it lures these guys over here. Then you can take them out while they're walking towards you. And then this last guy, he'll like climb up this ladder usually, and then you can just batarang him off. Last guys, you can do a fear takedown on these first two guys. It's slower though, so I don't. It's better to just silent takedown, cancel them if you can. And yeah, and then we interact with this door here.
Time to go get Miss Bell.
Counter Christina, definitely. Okay, so now I will show how to do the next big glitch in the game, which is grapple swing clips. So basically, if you recall, these are grapple swings. And what you can do is do a grapple swing in such a way that you clip through the ground. So the way that looks is like this. So what are the inputs to that? So what it is quick fire, freeze grenade, grapple swing, and hold aim. So look at the input display, just to make sure that you kind of understand it. So it's... Oh, and you don't need to hold space, although holding space, so I hold space kind of intuitively, but you don't need to hold space for it to do the actual grapple swing clip. The reason why I hold space is because what we're going to do is clip out of bounds and then glide. So I like to hold space while I'm kind of gliding, and that's basically kind of an easier way to kind of get fast glides. So basically now what we're gonna do is go to Albert King, and the way we're gonna go there is by glitching to him with the grapple swing clip. So what we do is we grapple swing clip. I like to hold space, and then on keyboard, the way that you cancel grapples, right, is with grapple swings is left control. I like to kind of don't hit left control too early, because you won't have enough speed on your grapple swing. But also don't hit it too late, because there's a wall that you can hug, which basically kills your glide. You then have to do dive bombs to get to the door. You're gonna have to practice this to see where exactly you should cancel the grapple swing. Yeah. So oh, I didn't get it. But yeah, sometimes actually I think you want to tap it, like you actually want to tap the left control like maybe twice or something. Yeah, like that. So I tap it twice. So now you can see the objective marker. That's where Albert King is. And basically there's a door by him. So the fastest way of dealing with him is to dive bomb like this, and then that kills Albert King. Another thing you can do is throw a batarang at him, or quick fire a batarang at him. That'll knock him out of bounds and also kill him. And then what we do is we open this door here. We then open this door here, skip the cutscene, and then we can... Albert King is now like an empty shell of a man. He's not moving at all. And then we can deal with these guys. Oh, whoops. So, after you do this, switch to Robin, and then... Oh, I think I fucked up. Yeah, I fucked this up. That's actually... Oh, wait. So, when there's one guy left, switch to Robin, and then let the game switch you back to Batman. Otherwise, Robin will not pick up Albert King consistently, or he'll occasionally not pick him up, and then you'll actually be soft locked. Then what we want to do is we want to open this door. We need to open this door to make sure Robin actually like gets out with Albert King. Otherwise, later down the line, Robin's not gonna exist when we need him to. Then you go back in here, and then we're gonna do another grapple swing clip to Johnny Charisma. You don't need to like run all the way over here. You can like run to like about here, and then you'll actually get and then if you stop, you'll get like a grapple point. And then whoops. So we're gonna do grapple swing clip. So I like to aim the grapple right here. And then cancel that. And then we will switch to the RC Batarang. Go over to the door by this objective. Then we will throw this over here and throw Through there, open this door. We have to open this door before we can interact with Jason.
Jason.
Okay. So, now, there are some backups that we will go over. So, let's say that you actually... There's actually sometimes what can happen is you might be forced to reload to Christina Bell for whatever reason, like afterwards. So let's say that I did that because I've had it there. People have had it happen before, where you had to reload to Christina Bell. So here I backed up the save where we're at Christina Bell. So we counter her.
It's all mine.
So let's go over a couple of reasons why you would have to reload to Christina Bell. One is that sometimes, occasionally, Batman will try to interact with the door, and then he'll just walk backwards and soft lock. There you have to reload. Another thing that can happen is, so let's say that we go to Albert. If you go to Albert King, there's a door, and if you ever cross that barrier, like let's say from underneath, you can aggro Albert King. He'll like try to attack you, and then you won't be able to batarang him and kill him. So that in that case, you'll also have to reload. So now but basically now if we reload, we'll go to Albert King, which is where this objective marker is, but we'll see he's actually not there. So like we try throwing a batarang at him, there's nothing there. So what do you do here? So the way you do this is you need to go here and you need to rescue Jason.
This Robin seems like
At least I think that's what Green said.
Remember Jason Todd? Oh, what a whiner! Is that you? Oh, Batman's not coming to save you, Jason.
And then when you do it this way, you're gonna have to actually fight Albert King the intended way, unfortunately, which is not fast, but it is a way to save your run if you have to. So.
Not that it'll do you any good.
Why won't you just kill me?
What? Oh, no.
I think I will just fight Albert King the intended way.
Not yet, anyway. You're my sidekick now.
I don't really have another save file that I can.
A regular dynamic duo, just like Bats and that new kid of his.
No, he wouldn't.
You think? So this isn't Batman then? Oh, weird. The pointy ears are usually a dead giveaway. I didn't want to show you that photo. Really, I didn't. But, well, it was the only way for you to get closure. Now, I know it hurts, but sometimes you gotta be cruel to be kind.
Yeah, so fighting Albert King the intended way kind of sucks. It's very slow.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, generally try to hit Albert King, but if you can't, then just hit the other guys. Then let him hit you here, just like in Glitchless. And then you beat him down all the way here. It's like I said, very slow, but it's kind of the only backup unless you reload from like a really far away autosave. And you have a one-hit KO for the rest of this, so it's not too bad. And again, so if you try to grapple swing clip without Robin here, so let's do this. So the other thing is that you can reload to Albert King as well. Doesn't matter. So, I actually haven't tried this, but let's see. And now we get this version of Jason. I think that Kaylin said this can cause problems. No, it's fine.
What do we have here, then? Wakey, wakey.
Yeah, so normally you wouldn't ever see this cutscene in any percent, but if you have to reload to Christina Bell, then you kind of don't have a choice. So that's just what I wanted to demonstrate.
He's abandoned you, thrown you away like an unwanted puppy. Can I have him, Daddy? Oh, please, 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 please. I'll take real good care of him. Anything to make you happy, Princess. Just make sure people know he's yours. We don't want him to end up back here, do we? No, we don't, Daddy. I want to keep him forever.
No, no, please, please, no, no!
Okay, so the reason why we exit the room is because when we open this door, we want Robin to come in with us, and if we don't exit Albert King with Robin, then Robin won't actually show up in here, which is
sorry, Bats, but I
the
was
thing. So throw a Batarang, because otherwise you get forced into this animation where Batman walks like backwards. It's weird.
Let's get the next one.
Anyways, so we interact with this. Code is 0539. I'm not going to get into why it is. It's a reference to the May of 1939.
Of course. Anything.
First Batman comic. You find out by looking in the mirror in the replay, in the CCTV footage. This is also why I don't like using Big Head mode, because Big Head mode blocks the keypad.
Slide your finger along the dial and
yeah, it'll block the keypad, so I don't like using it. I'm not good at doing it blindfolded, so that's why I don't like Big Head mode.
Now highlight the track for the last 10 minutes. And
so I see. Thanks, Henry. That isn't the right sequence. I should try again.
There we go.
That's the wrong
whoops.
code. I should continue scanning the video.
You can also enter the code in incorrectly a few times, and then Batman just breaks the lock, but it's faster to just enter the code in. Yeah, with this thing, it's not really any... It's the same as glitchless, and it's in general, like, basically you want to go clockwise in the same direction as the light, and then you're gonna beat out 2 light cycles. There'll be 1 light cycle, and then you'll beat out the second one. Ideally, I think there's probably a way of doing it faster than that, but it's probably way too hard because the 2 light cycle is extremely flexible. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a faster way, but for now we just do the 2 light cycle thing. So diffuse this.
I'm in your head, so look who's laughing now. Remember in Arkham City, I killed your girl. So pretty. That was the night.
Here, so the reason why I'm just chilling here is because, so there's a spotlight, and basically if Robin goes inside of the spotlight, then you die. Joker or Johnny Charisma sees you. So just chill here. There's not really a way to go faster than that.
We'd be together. Look who's laughing now.
You can be in the peripheral vision, it doesn't matter so long as you're not within the spotlight.
Your parents are dead, and I can't stop laughing.
And then the last one here.
I do. Now I'm part of you.
And then we easily beat out this second light cycle. So
That's all the
now
bombs
we'll
disarmed. Time to take down Charisma.
A hell of a time.
be a bit careful when taking Joker down, but it's fine.
No encore.
And he's a professional singer? Even Alfred seems better than this guy.
Good work, Robin.
No problem.
Do a dive roll here. Sometimes you can get out fast enough where when you exit the door, Robin comes out with you, and then you actually skip this. You skip these dialogues.
Robin.
So that happens sometimes. It doesn't really happen consistently with me. Yeah. So for this minigunner, freeze him. You can cancel a dual team takedown if you want, but it's better to just freeze him. You don't need to. It's slower to do a dual takedown on him. There is an exception. I think if you do not get the Henry dialogue, then I think someone mentioned that it is actually better to do a dual takedown, because otherwise you can screw up this part or something.
Shut the gate. Now she wants it open. I think she's gone crazy.
Alright, so one like thing about these fights with these brutes, when you have Robin or Nightwing with you, but in this case it's Robin, the fastest way of actually dealing with these brutes is to freeze them, have Robin hit them, and then you can include them in your multi-ground takedown. It's difficult to pull off in this fight for me, in my experience, because Robin will hit whoever he wants to hit. But optimally, you would get that. You would have that happen. Basically, you freeze one of these brutes, and then Robin will, and you can include them in a multi-ground takedown. But it's not easy in this fight because there are two brutes. Yeah, so like, otherwise, what you can do is you can, if you're having trouble, just combo takedown them, or you can also what you can do is freeze punch them. So basically, if you throw your freeze grenade and punch them, then it's actually pretty fast. You'll see me do that a bunch later. There's a Jack in the Box there you can hit for free, so there's no reason not to. You also ideally want Robin to like end up near Johnny Charisma so that he picks him up faster, but it's not happening. Otherwise it takes a little longer to open this door. So, and then you can see that these thugs are still here because we actually skipped this fight. I try to avoid getting hit by them actually, because they actually will damage you in the cutscene if you're like walking. And I really hate that, especially on hard, because the Predator we do after is not easy. On easy, it's not a big deal.
We need to get in the cell. It's the only choice we have left.
Okay, here you do the same kind of thing as in Glitchless, where basically once the door in the back closes, we get the lockdown, the security lockdown. We like move the camera off screen a few times to load in Jason and load in Joker. It's just a little harder to see because there are thugs here, as opposed to in Glitchless. It's very easy to see Jason. Here it's very hard to see Jason.
There are rather a lot of them.
I said I'll handle it.
You'll be fine.
Of course I will. You train me.
Sometimes Robin can get stuck behind a thug and then he just like disappears into thin air.
Security lockdown initiated.
Okay, so once that door closes, then I just start moving the camera back and forth to load in Jason and Joker. Now Joker's loaded in, so look at him and then he'll start talking. And I like to look at the cowl. I don't know if it's actually faster, but there's a small possibility that it is faster. I don't know. That's a thing. And then when Batman puts on the cowl, I like to hold shift. Or not shift, I like to hold left control to crouch. Because then crouch walking in this is faster than just walking normally. The other thing is there are these thugs here, so try to walk between them so that you don't like get caught like on top of them. Sometimes these thugs can like run into here. On hard, I actually prefer if they don't, because if they do run into here, they can hit you at the end, which is actually good a lot of the time, but it's annoying on hard. Anyways, when you're out here, you want to stand, be like next to this this thing here, this yellow thing.
Of course you do.
Or whatever color this is.
Did you get that, Bat?
Basically, I walk out a little bit to the right, so to be over here, because after this, what you want to do is you want to spin the camera around and despawn Jason and Joker and the camera, so that you can, and then spawn in Robin, so that you can then interact with them.
What's the big secret? Who is the big bad bat? His name.
So also after you spin around, make sure you crouch walk to Robin. One is faster, and two, if you try running to Robin, you will very likely get back into the cell, which loses a ton of time and is extremely irritating. Running is faster than crouch walking, but it's so much riskier for the dumbest reasons. So, and then you can what you can do is if you crouch at the right time after countering Robin, you can actually break out of the animation where you counter him, and then what you can do is kind of just blindly move towards the elevator. Like, I don't know where I am right now, but I'm hoping that I'm like by the elevator. So I don't know what the actual inputs are to do it properly. But yeah, and then you end up a little closer to the elevator, which you can then interact with. Alright, so right now we're going to do a glitch called Cloudless. So ideally what would happen is you would have storage and you would have coordinates. We have neither right now. But let's say that we did have storage and we did have coordinates. Where you then glide to is so grapple off. So okay, let me just show the grappling again. So so basically you open the door, then I dive like over here, zoom in, grapple here. grapple this. And then basically it's next to the there's like a pier next to the clock tower that you can zip from. So so basically what this is if you know anything about 100%, there's like a firefighter here over here. So the basically where you're zipping from is this location on the map. So we'll zoom out. So this is the clock tower. This is the firefighter. The location is like right here. Yeah, so this is where we would ideally zip from if we had storage or coordinates. We don't have either of those, so what we're going to do is get those. So the way we get those is we go to Stag to get coordinates, because basically we should have the same coordinates from when we last reloaded from Stag, which would have been like a long time ago when we first got to Stag to do that one zip. But we don't have it, so if you don't have it, you have to again go to Airship Alpha, go into this window that we broke, and then go in here and reload from checkpoint. Alright, now if you're coming out from Stag Alpha, or from Stag, where you go is, again, we have to get storage. The best place to get storage is at the same gargoyle that we had before, but we don't. So we do that, and then you don't need to go back to that. You don't need to go back to that point we were at. If you have to do this backup where you get coordinates again and get on this gargoyle, just grapple to here, and then and then you'll be able to do the zip. So the zip is zip from this location though. Like when you're at this gargoyle, zip, just like grapple over to here, and then just zip from where you're standing. Don't move anywhere, because then the zip doesn't actually work. The airship doesn't load in properly. So the way that we do this is we zip to, I died for about 2 seconds this time, glide over to this, I glide over to this watchtower here, but just by gliding over to this, I get the right angle to load the airship in, and then I turn this way and fall towards this door. Don't glide into the door. If you glide into the door, you'll hug the wall, and then glide outwards, and then that's really bad. So fall into the door when you do this. That's the most consistent way of sort of making sure that you actually get to the door. So then you need to open it. Like the hitbox for opening the door is kind of weird. I need to like get a little bit to the right. Also, if you like move the camera in certain ways, it loads in parts of this airship, which is weird. So here we have this one autosave. We want to open this door again, and we want to make sure that we don't actually go through the door until the autosave has like ended. We want to get a second autosave. So what happens is an autosave takes about 8 seconds. So let's say that, like right now it's fine, I can open it, but let's say that I still have the autosave going, then what you can do is just pause the game, wait for the autosave to go away, and then unpause. Then when the door closes, you'll get the autosave. And here, I didn't actually go through the door. Ideally, you would go through the door, but it doesn't actually matter. You don't have to go through the door a second time for this to work. So that's cloudless, and now what we can do is reload from checkpoint, and then it'll work. Let's show you what it looks like when we reload from checkpoint. It'll basically spawn us into the next Predator. Alright. It is possible that if let's say you do if you do go through the door too early, what you can do if you reload from checkpoint, you can just reload from checkpoint, and it actually works fine. If you reload from checkpoint, I believe you end up with this autosave, where basically you are on this side of the door, which is perfectly fine. Then you can just open the door again, and then get the autosave, and then reload. So this is so if you're able to open the door and get the first autosave, but then like something gets messed up, or you don't get a set, you like open the door too early, just reload from checkpoint. It doesn't matter. It'll work.
Stag.
All right, this Predator.
The militia won't spare
This Predator. I
deal
like
with
to
them.
blind one of the drones. You don't have. Well, most people don't blind the drone at all. So I'm gonna try not blinding the drone. Here. So take down this guy. Grapple up here and then glide so that you can take down this guy. That was a mistake I made before. Take down this guy. And then take out the rest of the guys however you can. Ideally I would have cancelled that. Little fear takedown. Because we froze the guy, it sets that up. And then you have the last two guys here. And then the last guy, you can like do that. Let me try it again. Like just this is all on hard. Easy, it's similar except you punch people a lot more. Oh, okay. It's not quite the same, but yeah, so... This is interesting. Okay, here we go. Let's try it from here.
Stag got out somehow. The militia.
Yeah, so you can actually glide earlier.
Deal with them.
The issue is I glided a little too. I glided too late. It's also kind of annoying to do on keyboard because you can't really change the direction. But yeah, blinding the drone is safer if you like being safe in these Predators. And then you can you should be able to take this guy down, but if you can't, then yeah. Whoa! I totally missed that guy. Okay, this is a little scary, so backclaw slam this guy. And so here, now what we want to do is after this, we actually need to reload from checkpoint. Because when we reloaded from checkpoint, like I actually reloaded from checkpoint from within the Stag, but before you actually didn't reload from checkpoint when we first entered this from Stag. We actually reloaded it from the overworld. So if we were to try to zip now, we would zip into the overworld default coordinates as opposed to the Stag ones. So we're going to reload here so that we can do a zip to get out of here, because the actual door that we were supposed to have used to get in here is actually locked right now, and we can't get out. So zipping is faster. So reload from checkpoint to set up the coordinates. Go up here on this gargoyle, and then zip out. The entire overworld is deloaded, But to load it in, you just need to go into this hole here, and then it loads it in. Okay, so now we're gonna do kind of the, probably, arguably the worst skip in the run. Definitely one of the most complicated, or definitely the most complicated, which is Port Adams skip. So basically what we're supposed to do now is we're supposed to repair our Batmobile, then we scan Ivy's plant, then we go to Port Adams, which is basically a port which leads to a subway tunnel, and then we go through the subway tunnel to the end to scan Ivy's plant again, which then unleashes it. And what we're going to do is a very convoluted way of skipping to the very end of it. And the way that we do that first is, so we're going to first go into the tunnel. We can't use our Batmobile right now, but we're going to go into the tunnel specifically because we'll see why. So ideally you would glide onto this. It's kind of a tricky glide to do. One way you can also get onto it is you grapple up here, hang off, and then like you want to fall onto the light. Don't push left too much. It's also that can happen. It's annoying. So I don't really like doing this anymore. What I prefer doing is if I don't get on there. Oh, this happens. Grapple onto this light post here, and then just glide. Anyway, so now what we do is we do a... Whoa, that was weird. So we'll grapple swing clip, and then what we're going to do is grapple swing clip into the subway. So the subway is over here. Do a grapple cancel here. If you're in first person, basically you're in first person whenever you're like flying underneath water. So don't worry about it. You'll switch out of first person when you get here. Then we're gonna go into the tunnel. We want to trigger this this dialogue, and then we want to exit the subway. So to exit the subway, we're gonna do another grapple swing clip. This one's very weird. So it's hard to describe. Basically, there's like a little gap in like movement before you actually clip through the ground, and you don't want to cancel your grapple too early. So what I do is I wait for Batman to like start to stop to have trouble clipping, and then I mash left control. Because sometimes left control also doesn't work completely. So well, okay, so I mashed too early there, but wow, interesting. Yeah, so actually, sorry, so you start mashing once Batman like starts to clip through the ground. And then what we want to do is we want to deload the subway, and I did deload it. The way that you deload it is to glide a little bit downwards to the right. If you go to the right and dive a little and glide a little bit downwards, and the subway will deload. So that's how you deload it. So glide to the right, glide a little bit downwards, and it deloads. Alright, so now what we're going to do is get storage, because we're going to do a zip at some point. And basically, we last reloaded from checkpoint inside of Stag, so we're going to do a zip relative to the Stag coordinates. So we get storage, say hi to Man-Bat, and then repair our Batmobile.
I need to remove the power core slowly, or the failsafe lock will kick in.
And pull this out, and you want to hear the fast beeping, and don't move your joystick any further. Make sure you counter this guy. It's always funny when you forget to do that.
Sir, you're running out of time.
Stay calm. Take deep, slow breaths. Deep, slow breaths.
Oof, that was a little too not great. And ideally you push this in before Joker says Rockabye Batsy, which I still managed to do even with messing up. So you can do it even faster than that, but that's like generally the sign that you didn't do it too slowly.
Give me a moment, Alfred. I'll be fine.
Okay, so now we will go scan Ivy's plant, but before we do that, what we're gonna do is take your Batmobile here. You need to wait like about 6 or 7 seconds. You can also just wait until Batman's able to exit the Batmobile. Basically what we're doing is, by going here, we're actually loading in the subway interior. And when the subway interior is loaded in, Batman is able to exit the Batmobile. So the reason why we actually went to the subway so early was to be able to have Batman exit the Batmobile. So after you do that, it's very important to put the Batmobile in that specific location, so that you can load in the subway and Batman can exit the Batmobile. So now we'll scan for the Ivy's roots. This is at Divinity Church. Hopefully you guys know where it is. So we do a deep scan. If you want like an autosave because you're having kind of trouble with this skip and you want like to be safe, you can shoot that shield, although I think I got spotted by this guy here. Let's see if I can. Whatever.
It's a start.
If you want another autosave, there's this shield here that you can shoot. I'm gonna try it, and then basically now what we want to do is we want to go to Port Adams again. Basically the same light, so just basically so where we are right now is right here. The Divinity Church is right like here. So yeah, so Batman is right. So you want to go from there to here, however you want. And now, yeah, so now we'll go back into the subway. And what we'll do is load in the tunnel again, and then do a zip. The zip is going to take us to Stag. And basically now, by zipping to Stag, we will basically then glide to the end of the tunnel. So the way you glide there, so zip. You'll have a grapple point here, so just use it. In general, falling is faster than diving, so if you need to like lose height a lot, it's better to just fall. So that's why I fell a lot there. Then grapple this. And then, so the end of the tunnel is over here. Hopefully I have enough speed, and hopefully you want to not get spotted by like cobras, and you don't want a cobra spawned in like towards the end, so dive bomb here. And then once you like get over to here, this end of the tunnel is going to load in right here. What you want to do is load it in and then deload kind of the rest of everything. So we did that properly. You can glide on over to these rocks, but if you're it's kind of difficult. So if you don't have enough height, you can just get on here, line launch over to here, and then get onto this rock, and then line launch over here, and then you'll climb here. And then what you want to do is call your Batmobile. So the way that we generally set up calling the Batmobile, stand on this rock right here. So when you're walking over, it's this rock. then we like to face like over there, and then call it. And the Batmobile, if things work out well, the Batmobile will spawn right here. Then what you want to do is get your Batmobile over here and very, very carefully have it fall off the map. And if you were careful, then it'll spawn right inside of the tunnel here. And then the issue is that we're not able to actually do another scan right now, like I'm trying to scan. So in order to do another scan, we need to go over here, get an autosave, and then reload from checkpoint. And this is going to let us scan Ivy's plant again. Basically, the reloading after doing the first scan with an autosave is what lets you scan again. So, like, I can do that, right? All right, I'm gonna now show a backup in case you lose storage. So let's I believe that this one is the right one. Okay, so I'm not able to actually exit the Batmobile right now, so I'm gonna have to do this thing where I like go right here. By the way, this skip saves a minute. I think Green says it saves a minute. I think it's a minute to a minute and a half. I'm not entirely sure. If you don't have storage, it takes like an extra 30 seconds. So that's annoying. But anyway, so right now we don't have storage, and we also don't have coordinates, so we can't even zip to the right spot. So what we will do instead is glide to the end of the tunnel in another way. So what we do is we do the same grapple swing clip that we did before. This time instead of going to the right, we just go forward. So there are some grapple points here that you can use, but I haven't found them. I've seen other people use them. So in general, you have to do dive bombs to gain speed. Right now we're in the Founders Island part. You'll have to do dive bombs until the Bleak Island part before you can grapple anything. So I think this is the second dive bomb. I think I have to do one more dive bomb. There's like a bridge near, so this is the church here. There's like a bridge near the church that you can actually grapple off of, and that's where you can do the grapple cancel. I'm not getting it though, which is, there we go. And then you kind of grapple to the end of the tunnel in the same place. So I guess actually let me open something. So where you want to grapple to is oops, what is happening? Oh. So basically, where you want to grapple to is about, you want to basically go to Bleak Island, and you glide to about like right here. So this is like around the area where the end of the tunnel is, in case people were wondering. in again, so line launch here. Line launch here. And yeah, call the Batmobile. Now sometimes when you call the Batmobile, it'll appear behind that wall. And that is a problem. You do not want it behind that wall. There is a backup for it. Basically, so you need to make your way to like the rocks that you're actually able to climb. Because sometimes some of these rocks you can actually get stuck on, but at least in the beginning, like if you go down here, you're able to actually climb up like this, and so on. And then I've never actually gotten this successfully, but basically you want to like make sure that your Batmobile doesn't get like stuck on these rocks. So you want like it can get stuck like in between some of these rocks. So usually but I think what I saw people do is they like call the Batmobile from like about here, and then they hope that the Batmobile drives like over these rocks, and then you'll actually be able to navigate over. I'm not entirely sure, like I haven't been able to practice this because I'm not able to get a save file where I consistently like have the Batmobile spawning correctly. You can make a, I think you can, someone can make another tutorial for that, if they're interested. Anyway, so what we do again is we go here, and here like the Batmobile spawned in properly, so that's great. And yeah, here because we reloaded already. We don't need to reload again, but I think I'll just reload again, just because just so you guys keep the muscle memory consistent. But you like right now I could scan right now, but here I'm just gonna reload because normally you wouldn't be able to scan. So one thing about this skip that's really important when you decide whether or not you want to do it is that if you die in the Divinity Church tank fight, that's fine, but if you die during anywhere after the Divinity Church tank fight until after Poison Ivy sacrifices herself, you actually soft lock the game. So don't die. Don't soft lock the game. Soft locking is bad. Yeah, so we do a scan here. It's actually kind of cool maybe to see how it soft locks. I might show that. Okay, so here, this tank fight's much easier with the booster pack. The other thing is that it says there are 52 tanks. There are actually 40 tanks that you fight. The reason why it says 52 is that there are 12 extra tanks in Port Adams that show up on this map, or it shows up on the tank counter. So you're going to do this tank fight until you get to 12 tanks remaining. Another thing is that there's a missile launcher that's going to drop down when you have, in this fight, it's when there are 20 tanks remaining, so when your counter says 32, a missile launcher is going to drop down. You can destroy it quickly if you want to be risky by sort of having your Batmobile in the spot where it drops down, and you can, like, if you sideswipe it, it can get destroyed immediately. It's very risky. I don't go for it anymore, but you can do that. Maybe I'll try going for it now, but it's also very hard to set up in general, so... Oh, whoops, I did not have my missile barrage charged up. So now I have 33, and then... So now, be about here when you have 32 tanks, and then the missile launcher... Yeah, there we go. So the missile launcher fell down and got destroyed. So that is a thing you can do. It's cool that I got it this time. In my other tutorial, I didn't get it. If you're having trouble with this tank fight, go behind this church here, and this way you'll only have to fight tanks in 2 directions. It's a little less efficient because, but if you're having trouble, it's better than dying. So. Yeah, if you stay in the churchyard, Ivy will actually destroy some of the tanks, which is helpful. But it also can be annoying. But it also, like, you have to be kind of, you're in kind of a danger zone, so it's I remember when I started out, I just hid behind that that church. All right, and then there's sometimes just a straggling tank, which is annoying, but it's fine. And so now that we've done this tank fight, if we ever reload from checkpoint or if we ever die, we will soft lock. But we do have something called a Bat Snack, which is an upgrade point, which is going to let us upgrade our Batmobile armor. Which is very nice because in this game, if your health goes low and then you refill your armor, it refills your health as well. So this is very useful in case you're about to soft lock your game because you're going to get killed by a Cobra or something. So this Cloudburst Cobra fight sucks on all difficulties. But basically what I try to do is I try to be on kind of the rightish side of this road, and that generates a Cobra spawn that I'm a little more comfortable with. You'll have to practice this to see what you're comfortable with, but basically this is what I'm comfortable with. I like destroy this guy. Okay, this is not great. This is not what I want. The AI sometimes is finicky though, and so I got the finicky AI, which is unfortunate, but. But then Missile Barrage I always Missile Barrage the second one. Third guy, I mean, I'm gonna take a little bit of a risk and try to take out the third guy right here. I can see that the Cloudburst is going to see me. I'm just hoping I can take it out before the Cloudburst sees me, which I did. That's a bit of a risk. Like, taking risks like that can lose you a lot of time if they don't pay off. Anyways, we'll take this guy out.
We've lost the Cobra. Maintaining search pattern. Your escort is almost gone, Knight. Protect the Cloudburst. Withdraw.
And then you want to make sure you have your Missile Barrage charged up to 4. It's not hugely important, but it does make the Cloudburst fight a little faster. But anyways. Ooh, that was not good. I missed that he was in the alley, so now you kind of have to run away. You can't shoot him, so that's unfortunate. But yeah, that would have been pretty good if I had actually like shot him instead of driving into him. But yeah, I basically have to circle around the whole thing. Alright, so that's the Cloudburst Cobras, which are really annoying. Now the Cloudburst tank is actually not bad. So the idea behind the Cloudburst tank is you want to lure the Cloudburst tank to the clock tower. If you don't know where the clock tower is, it's right here. It's like on the west side of Bleak Island. Make a marker for it if you don't know where it is. It's worth it. Now we're gonna have to scan the Cloudburst, which we can't do until after Alfred's dialogue. You can shoot in front of it to lure. If you have Cobra Lure, you can shoot in front of it to kind of lure it. But anyways, we scan it. I try to shoot the back of the Cloudburst here because I want to shoot the. Or actually, sorry, I generally want to shoot the sides, but I don't have an angle, so you kind of I just kind of take what I get sometimes. And then we lure it to the clock tower, which is right here. Try not to get hit. Oh, I got hit. That's not good. And then circle the clock tower to try to He's trying to overheat the Cloudburst. So now I want to try to shoot the sides, but you don't. You can actually shoot it while it's locking onto you if you want to be risky. Again, it's risky because the Cloudburst will can deal you a lot of damage, and you will soft lock if you mess it up. But yeah, then what you do is pay attention to your mini-map and make sure that the Cloudburst isn't cutting you off. If it is cutting you off, you want to change directions. So I'll show you kind of right here. So right now on my mini-map, I can see that the Cloudburst is trying to go to the right now, so I go to the left to prevent him from cutting me off. If I go too far to the left, which is not happening, but if I go too far to the left, he'll try to cut me off on the left as well. So now he's trying to cut me off on the left, so now we go to the right. Now he's trying to cut me off again. And if you see him like actually go on the minimap, actually go in that direction for a really long time, that means he's driving in that direction, which means you want to drive away from him. Oh, this is not good. I could have probably gotten away with just shooting him, but that's very risky, so I didn't want to do that in the tutorial. In a run, I probably would go for it. So now I only have one missile barrage, but that's fine. Like, missile barrage him with whatever you have. And then go under this clock tower, on hard especially, and lure him in here, because then his missiles are going to hit the ceiling. And then if you're low on health, avoid like his other strikes. But then you'll destroy him pretty easily, even on hard, because this is on hard. Alright, what I'm going to do is I'm also going to... I guess I don't have to back up the save. But I kind of want to show what happens if you... why you soft lock this if you were to reload now or die now. What I'll do is I'll talk to Ivy first, and then I'll show you. So... get to Ivy. At least for me, what I have to do is I have to grapple here, and then I have to go pretty far. Because this Lady of Gotham doesn't load in properly for me. If it does, then grapple onto it. But if it doesn't, just do this. Then boost off of the hospital somewhere, wherever you get the boost point. So now we go to Ivy and interact with her. Alright, so... Alright, so now we have our autosave. So I'm going to just go to like a previous autosave and show you kind of what happens if you... were to die. So what happens is so use soft lock because the objectives get screwed up. The game still wants you to go to Port Adams, I believe. Oh wait, didn't. Okay, yeah. So it's the game. Yeah. So here we go. So you see the objective marker is over there, and this objective marker is not Poison Ivy. This objective marker is Port Adams, because the game wants you to go to Port Adams. So the game gets very confused about your objective markers.
Yeah, over by the plaza. You know, there's rumors he might have put some money into this. That ain't hard to imagine. He's had his eyes on that city for a while. He gets rid of Batman, he's still got Bruce Wayne to worry about. Batman's nothing without...
And you're not able to, like, advance in the game. Because if you trigger this Port Adams objective, it screws up a lot of... It screws up because you're not able to actually get into the subway. And then if you go to Poison Ivy, you're not able to interact with her. Likewise, if you, like, died during the Cloudburst Cobras, you wouldn't be able to actually trigger the Cloudburst Cobras. So...
Ivy, your plant's buried too.
Yeah, so I can't interact with this. And that's why you soft lock. Okay. So now, basically, after we see Ivy die, basically you,
Ivy, your plant's buried too.
Oh, ooh, okay. Wait. Actually, I'm wondering if this still works. I think it does. Okay. Anyway, so to get to the GCPD, at least the way I do it is, you basically you're gonna be talking here, and then you go over to here, grapple this, and then glide on over.
I served my country, sacrificed everything, lost friends, meant nothing to them. You know we've crossed the line. There's no going back.
Then you can boost off of this light here. Oh, well, or you can boost off of this, which is not where I wanted to boost, but that works as well.
If I leave the car, I'll be exposed to the gas again. I can't.
Damn it. Ah, I did soft lock it. I guess you soft lock it here as well. That is unfortunate. I will, Okay, so I guess you need to... What is it? You need to, Okay, I have a backup save. Basically, you interact with the cop, which is fine. I guess you can't reload even after talking with Ivy. You can reload after talking with the cop though. So so now basically, so what was supposed to happen is we would go in here. We would go in here, talk with the cop, who is over here. And then we would talk with him. So this save file already had talked with him. But this triggers the mission. You talk with Alfred. Basically, when you talk with Alfred, you press the left mouse button 6 times to, like, once you start skipping dialogue, press the mouse button only 6 times to skip the rest of the dialogues. If you press it the 7th time, Batman will do an extra punch. So now we're gonna do the Arkham HQ skip, which I think is actually probably the hardest skip in the game. I don't know. Port Adams skip is pretty bad too, but this one's also pretty bad. I have a tutorial for a bunch of the backups. I think that tutorial is probably going to be a bit better. It'll be a little too long, but that tutorial is pretty comprehensive. So what we're going to do is, instead of going to do all of the Arkham Knight's puzzles, you want to go over to here. So there are two places you can grapple swing clip from. One is, oops. One is this light post, this light fixture here. You can grapple swing off of like that. And the other place you can grapple swing clip from is you go over here and you can grapple swing clip off of here. I prefer the first one, but you can do the second one. But sometimes the first one isn't available because a tank might knock over one of the light fixtures. In which case you just do this one then. But anyways, let's say you so you do a grapple swing clip. Then what you do is you grapple this pier. There is a pipe that I use as a visual cue, which is this pipe right here. And then what it is there's this area here. So we grapple up to here. This is an elevator shaft. What we're going to do is grapple up here, which will load in the elevator shaft. Now what we want to do is carefully fall so that so if we don't fall carefully, then it despawns the elevator shaft, which is fine. You just go back up and load it again. But yeah, walk off and then hold back. It usually works. It's not working now, but it usually works, which is what's important, you know? This was weird. I don't quite understand what's happening. This usually works. I think I might have loaded something in that I wasn't supposed to. There we go. So then go here, fall for about 1, 2, 3 or something, and then go here. This is gonna deload, so then dive 1, 2, 3.5. There's gonna be a tunnel that spawns in on our left, but don't turn too early. Make sure you're gliding forward for at least like 1.5 seconds before turning. Otherwise this tunnel doesn't like otherwise you'll load in too much of the tunnel and you'll have to do one of the backups. So this is like ideally what happens with that. There are a bunch of backups that are all horrible and really slow. I guess I could show some of them, but it's like a lot. It's like very annoying. But I do have another tutorial that goes through all of the backups as well.
Scarecrow's leading this now. We're soldiers. We
Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Three and a half. So if you turn too early, I guess it's working fine now. So one backup is if you're too, if you glide too high onto that wall, then this wall will load in before you actually clip through it. You want to like, generally what I try to do is I try to one, have enough speed, have a lot of speed, and two, I try to kind of glide into like the lower half of the wall. If you glide it like closer to the upper half, you have this happen. To back this up, what you need to do is you need to deload this entire interior area. The way you do that is you can grapple up here and then glide out here.
If I can lower the car on top of that drill,
And then this will deload the area. So now it's just a matter of gaining enough height back and enough speed so that you can glide into this area. And again, try to be on like the lower half of it, and you'll usually get it. Do not reload here. If you reload here, you won't actually be able to deload the area. You get in this weird state. I don't really know if I should get into it.
But doesn't matter. Scarecrow hit the city. Now everyone from Opal to Keystone knows they're not safe.
Oops. Usually I don't have this much trouble with this part. It's weird. Two, three. So usually what happens is if you 1, 2, 3, 4. So sometimes people dive for too long. Then it is possible to like load in. Not happening right now, which is kind of weird. But it is possible to load in like the entire tunnel. I don't know why it's not happening right now. Okay, there we go. Okay, so it is possible to load in this entire tunnel while you're still outside of it. So before we loaded it when we were inside of it, now we load it when we're outside of it. So this wall here we can't go through except if we look away. Like you can see when we look away and look back, the wall isn't like actually there. It like spawns in. So if we look away and then walk this way, then we actually walk through the wall. And then you want to kind of go here. I forget. It was like you want this area to like deload, and then now we can like try to unload the area again, something like that. But this backup is really scary because what can happen is the area kind of unloads and loads back in sometimes, and you can sometimes get stuck on like inside of a wall or inside of the floor, and I've had that happen before. So I really don't like this backup. So ideally you kind of avoid it. So don't dive too much. This is the kind of thing that happens. And I don't like the other backup either because it's slow. Just make sure you glide towards like the lower part of that wall. But anyways, there's a grapple point here. Oh well. So you gotta work towards unloading the area, and now we have the tunnel again. Oh. So now we try to go into here again. But yeah, diving into the lower part of the tunnel seems to work for me the best, so. The lower part of the wall. Here we want to get in our Batmobile, but our Batmobile doesn't exist. However, if we reload from checkpoint, our Batmobile will exist, and then we can get inside of it. Okay, now I'm going to explain Excavator. So, obviously you're playing this at 30 FPS, don't play this at 90. You wouldn't be playing at 90 anyways in any percent, but just don't do it. You'll die after skipping this cutscene. For Excavator, I like to use first-person mode just because it's easier for me to understand how to like drive on the side of walls. It's preference, but I find the camera in Excavator to be awful. It's so much easier with in first person. Okay, so now I'm going to kind of explain how Excavator works. So, let me close this. Okay, so you guys should be able to see this, right? Let me make this bigger. Yeah, so this is the Excavator map. Basically, when we start out, Batman is right here. This is where we start out. We basically have just gone through this tunnel, and now we need to fight the Excavator. So what we're going to try to do is try to lure the Excavator into this tunnel. That's basically what I'm going to try to do first. Now, how do we do that? Well, one is I want to ideally if I could get myself to right here, and I was able to get Excavator to follow me, I could then just go into this tunnel and lure Excavator there. Now, can we do this? And it turns out we actually can. The way that we do that is if we drive our Batmobile to here, the Excavator, sorry. If we drive the Batmobile to here, the Excavator will, oh my god, come on, switch colors. Okay. So now the Excavator, what it does is if you're like here, the Excavator spawns in the opposite corner of the map. The opposite corner of the map from here is right here, and then it will drive towards you. So it will drive this way, like towards here. So if we're able to have our Batmobile go to right here and to right here, we'll be able to then shoot the Excavator when it gets to here. And if we do that, then we can then lure it into this tunnel. So what we're going to do in this first phase is, again, we start out right here. What we're going to do is drive this way and then this way, go to right here. We want to make sure that we're right here. The Excavator spawns when there are these numbers on the side of the screen that show up. Once those numbers show up, that means the excavator will spawn right here. It'll go this way. We then drive here so that we can meet the excavator and shoot at it. And then we can go through and lure the excavator through this tunnel. So that's the first thing we're going to be doing right now. So you can see me execute it. Pay attention to the mini-map just so that you can kind of confirm what I'm doing. So this first timing is a little bit tight, but yeah, to go straight, then turn right, then go here, and now the numbers on the right show up, like where my mouse is, that's where the numbers are. Then we meet the excavator right here, and it's gonna be here, we'll shoot it, and now we can go through the tunnel. And again, try to drift if you can, but it's like, you don't need to, and it's understandable to try to play this a bit safe because it is kind of, there's a lot of debris that can that can wreck you. Oh shit, I didn't, oh did I, oh I forgot to, shit, I forgot to actually switch the screen back. This sucks. All right, let me just summarize this again. So, so let me summarize the excavator again. So right, okay. First, okay. First, let's meet the excavator again. Alright, so let's just show this again. So this is the map. Basically, our Batmobile is going to be here. Now, what we're going to try to do is we're going to go here, and we're going to go here, so that we get our Batmobile to right here. When our Batmobile is right here, the excavator will spawn here, and it will go this way. When it spawns in, we're going to try to meet the excavator right here and then shoot at it. And then once we shoot at it, we can lure it into this tunnel. So that's what we're trying to do right now. And we know that the excavator is going to spawn here because if we're at like one of these junctions, the excavator spawns in kind of the opposite corner and heads kind of towards us. So we're able to easily manipulate all the excavator spawns. So this is kind of how we execute it. So this first one is a little bit tight in terms of like timing. You need to know where to go to make it. Basically we're going here, then we turn right. The numbers on the numbers right here where the mouse is, when those show up, that's when excavator spawns in. And so it spawned in now. So we meet him over here and we can shoot at him. So now we go through this tunnel. Alright, so now now we'll talk about the second part of excavator. So So this tunnel is done. This tunnel is like we finished this tunnel. So this tunnel doesn't exist, and now basically we have our Batmobile here. So what we want to do now is go to this tunnel, because I want to do this bottom tunnel last, because the bottom tunnel, when I launch out of it, it'll launch me right to the door. I don't think it matters that much, but I try to do the left, top, and bottom. That's the order I do them in. Because there are reasons for it. I don't really want to get into it, but I do right, top, and bottom. So now the next tunnel I want to do is lure him to the top. So in order to lure him to the top, again, I want to make sure that that when I'm here, I meet the excavator. I want to make it so that I'm here. That I'm here, and that the excavator is. And I want the excavator to be here, so that I can then shoot at it and lure him into the tunnel. So that's what I want to do for this. So how do I do that? Well, what I'll do is I'll get myself to here. From here, it doesn't matter how. You can you just go there, from there to there. How you do it is a little less important. You can go like here and there. You have plenty of time. You can also go like here and there. You can take whatever route you want, but basically we want to go here. When we go there, the excavator is going to spawn right in the opposite corner of us, which is here. And then it's going to go this way. So while it's going this way, we want to meet it right here, and then shoot at it, and then lure it into this tunnel. So basically, that is what I'm going to be doing in this second phase. I'm going to park right here. I'm going to park right here, and then wait for the excavator to spawn in, which you know when the numbers show up on the right. And then I will drive forward, shoot the excavator, and lure it into the tunnel that I want. So let's see that in action. So actually, I guess it's, yeah, you can get here however you want it, but because you are already launched forward, I do go straight and then right. But yeah, look at my position on the mini-map. This is where I'm gonna park. Here you actually want to be a little bit further forward, I believe, than you would think.
You can't stop me. You're gonna die down here, forgotten in the dirt.
So then we drive forward here. One thing is that be a little bit further back than you expect, because sometimes when you shoot the excavator, he's not going to get lured if you're too close to the tunnel. So be a little bit farther. Be kind of as close to the excavator as you kind of reasonably can be, which for me it's like about right here. You could probably be further away, but this is a very safe way to make sure that you lure him. This tunnel sucks. Just be careful of the debris, and accelerate off of all of these ramps, boost off of all of the ramps. But there's like some rocks there that can like stop you from like moving. It's very annoying. Okay, so that's the second phase. We'll move on to the last phase. The last phase, basically, we've done this tunnel, and we've done this tunnel. So these tunnels are gone. And now what we want to do is we want to do this tunnel. So again, ideally, what I would want to do is I want to be in front of here. I'd want to have the excavator here, so that I would shoot at it and lure it. So I would shoot at it and then lure it in here. So the way that you do that, again, so you do start out here. Basically, you want to get yourself over to here. Oops. Get yourself over to here, because if you are over here, if you're over here, and the excavator spawns in. It's going to spawn in again at the opposite corner of you, which is right here, and then it's going to go in this direction towards you. So if you're able to then go here and meet it, you can then shoot at it and then go into this tunnel. So basically, that's basically what we're doing. We're going to make ourselves all the way over to here, and then we will wait for the excavator to spawn in, drive forward, and then park until we can shoot the excavator, shoot it, and then go through the tunnel. So hopefully that makes sense. We will see that in action right here. Yeah, so this is kind of the... It doesn't matter how you get here. You have so much time. Also try to... I mean, it doesn't matter that much. Your afterburner should be charged up. It's nicer to have afterburner than to not when you're driving through these tunnels. But anyways, now numbers are going to show up soon. Showed up. So now we go here. And shoot him. And lure him into the tunnel. And then once we complete this tunnel, that is the excavator fight. So it's very straightforward actually if you know what you're doing, if you know how to manipulate it. So long as like you're able to drive without hitting too much debris, especially in that one tunnel with all the ramps. So So make sure you remember to eject here. I have forgotten to eject before. It's very funny, also very sad. Okay, so for this on hard, I try to take out 2 guys within the first sphere takedown, and then again you can actually multi-rang these, or sorry, you can batarang ninjas as well. If they manage to avoid dodging it, it can be very fast. If they do dodge it, it's very slow. So now we'll do like the most difficult part of this run, which is the Arkham Knight fight. At least on hard, it's by far the most difficult. We have basically 4 waves of predators. The first one is really easy. You just grapple. You just run up to him and grapple.
Jason, I can help you. There's no help.
And now the rest of this, we're gonna basically be gliding to the Arkham Knight next. This glide is keyboard only. You cannot do this glide on controller. I will try this fight again on easy to show you kind of what glides you can do on controller. Right now I'm doing this on hard, just to kind of show you things. The issue with hard is that Jason will one-shot you. On easy he doesn't, so it's much easier. But you need to be very careful on hard. So that you don't get one-shotted.
Joker got to you. I know what it's like. Don't pretend to understand.
So you can take out the Arkham Knight first and then do the rest of the Predator. Here I like to just do a silent takedown on this guy, cancel it. Looks like there's a guy who's stuck here. Take him out. Yeah, this is rough. And I want to silent take down this last guy, because I want to have my fear takedown again. So we'll go ahead and do that. Make sure you have the packing device selected. So for this third wave, this wave is RNG. If you get the right RNG, this can be very, very fast. If you don't get the right RNG, it can be very slow. So first thing you always do is blind this drone. Then what you're hoping for is you're hoping for 3 guys to cluster up here. I am not getting that, which is unfortunate. So to back it up, what you can do is, what I like to do is I like to wait for a guy to get on the escalator. Then what you can do is take him out, then glide to the Arkham Knight. And if you reload from checkpoint, the guy that you took out is actually still taken out. So this is just a nice way to get rid of the Arkham Knight. Also, like, let's say that you don't have a smoke for whatever reason. Maybe you used it in the previous wave. That's a way of getting your smoke back. So otherwise, you just take these guys out. It's much easier, honestly, in any percent when you can do takedown cancels. Yeah, and then we'll take... I like to do this freeze and batarang thing. And then there's a guy that's going to come up the escalator. We need to... wait, he should be. I don't know where he went. Oh, he decided to stay there. And then this last one, you can go to the Arkham Knight. So that's the Arkham Knight fight on hard. So now I'm going to do it on easy, but I'm going to show some of the controller glides. See if I can do them. They're not easy. They're much easier on keyboard and mouse.
I need to get close. Take him by surprise.
Alright, so let's first switch this to easy so that I don't die.
Jason, I can help you. There's no helping me!
Okay, so on controller, what you do is you grapple here and grapple here, and then you can grapple here and then go to Jason. So that's the grapple you do on controller. That's the glide you do on controller. Yeah, and so here, on easy, you don't need to worry too much about taking damage. Again, switch to the. You do want to still blind this even on easy. This thing will damage you a lot. Here we're getting not the greatest RNG, I guess. But something like that, and then there's going to be a guy who you can take out like that. And one thing is that if you take out 4 guys. There's 6 optic deflection guys. If you take out 4 of them and then go to the Arkham Knight, you actually don't have to take out the remaining 2 guys. So that's a little optimization, especially on easy where it's much easier to get away with it. On hard, like what I just did is incredibly risky, but yeah, you can advance to the next wave and save some time. And yeah, and then that's the Arkham Knight fight.
You're Robin, Jason. You're not what he made you. Stop! Stop talking to me!
Let's switch it back to hard for now. Okay, so for this next fight, what you want to do is lure these guys to this generator. Oh, that was funny. It teleported me back to counter that guy. And then blow them up. Then you can freeze punch people or brutes to... Ideally it would have been faster because I wouldn't have like glitched onto this stupid escalator, but...
You okay, Jim?
The point is to show that you can freeze punch people. When you go onto this elevator, do not move. There is like a little jump that happens that can have Batman clip into the floor of the elevator. It is... I've seen people lose runs to that. Don't move until after you see that jump.
I just want to say.
I never have this happen because I actually like take a break during this part.
Even if you'd known what she was doing.
But yeah, let's pay attention for that jump.
Stubborn like our old man. Brave. You know, you see a lot in this job. A lot of pain, a lot of suffering. But I'll never forget taking a witness statement from an 8-year-old boy who'd just seen his parents gunned down.
You were kind, Jim.
I was thinking, I may never get a
There we
chance
go,
to tell you
that jump there.
Sorry.
After that jump happens, you can safely move, but I think it's like something to do with loading in the overworld, I guess. I don't know what it is, but that jump is a thing that can cause Batman to clip through the floor, so don't move in the elevator.
On your knees, Crane. Now.
So you did it. I must admit I had my doubts.
Okay, here we're gonna get our second Batmobile. This is actually a tank fight where the booster pack is like really useful because every one of these guys are would require they either require the Vulcan gun or a turret shot upgrade in order to do this. When we first get our Batmobile, we're gonna have 2 bars in our weapons generator, which means a 4x missile barrage. Use that immediately. Then it's going to fill up to 4 bars, and then we can use it again. So this is we'll show you that. So it drops, spam the missile barrage right now, and then we get another 4 bars. So now this is a bit controversial, I think, but I don't see much value in the 10x missile barrage for this tank fight. I know some people use it. I see much more value in using the 4x missile barrage twice because there aren't usually enough tanks for the 10x to be useful. But 4x, you lose out on 2 missiles, but you'll have tanks that are actually available for you to shoot. So I just use the 4x twice. I'm trying to use to not use the booster pack too much, but because you can get a pretty decent time without it. Oh, I don't have the booster pack in this. Okay, nice. Because this is a backup save. Yeah, you can use your missile barrage here. It's not ideal, but if you need to just save that little bit of extra time, then you can. So I don't have a... Oh, I do have... Do I have it? Oh, it says I have it, but I don't actually have it. That's okay.
Not while he can use him to get to me.
Oh, how chivalrous. Remember the time you carried me like that? I don't, because I was dead.
Sometimes you can have a tank that, like, you blow up here and then there's debris that will block you from putting an Oracle into the car. Try to avoid having that happen. Maybe have your Batmobile clear out some of that debris.
Barbara, Scarecrow manipulated me. I watched you die.
He gassed you, Juice. You don't need to worry about us or feel responsible. We're fighting with you, not for you, okay?
It's good to have you back. Cash, I found Barbara. I'm bringing her to the lockup.
She's alive. Thank God. What about Gordon?
He was captured by Scarecrow.
You gotta be kidding me.
We'll get him back.
Okay, so now what's very important is when we get into GCPD, we're gonna get an autosave. Not this one, but the next one. We're gonna want to reload from checkpoint there because we're gonna do a zip later.
Barbara.
So we'll reload from checkpoint here. Let me save this. So for this Predator, you can do it with for this Predator you can do it with the right loading or the wrong loading. I get the wrong loading every time. I don't know why, but
Sorry, Batman. We didn't touch it.
we'll see if I get the right loading. If I get the right loading, I'll just show you what the strat is. Okay, so I got the good loading this time, so we will... Basically, there's a sniper here. Cancel the silent takedown on him. Switch to the Batmobile. There's a minigunner, so shoot him, and then shoot the other sniper. Then grapple over here, drone hack this guy. We'll download the codes, and then zap these guys that are looking at the minigunner. Then you can take out the rest of these guys however you want. So, oh, this is not where I wanted to go. But this happens sometimes. Oh, whoops. Oh, that was really stupid of me. Oh, that was really dumb. That was like really risky.
I sat through my own funeral already. Now I have to go through the whole thing again.
All right. Unfortunately, I will want to load this backup save that I made.
All these years later, and I've still.
This Predator is hard, so
little Barbara Gordon. Fortunately, mine's not right between the vertebrae.
Go give him help, Batman.
Sorry, Batman. We didn't touch anything.
Okay, so here I'm not getting the right loading, which is much more irritating. But anyways, start out with the same thing. Take out this. The difference is that the guy's drone will crash. So now I'll just shoot. So I try to like shoot more people. And they say looks like it's stopped. It's very funny actually. Yeah, now there are 4 people left. It's much more manageable.
Your pupils have by now dilated in desperate, straining effort to pick up what they can in the dark. Your muscles are tensed in anticipation of the moment he strikes. Blood has been drawn away from your skin to serve more crucial functions. Have you felt that? The cold
Yeah, if you get like the right RNG with that, it can be... You can save like a lot of... You can do it pretty quickly, even with that. So now we're gonna get storage there while we're waiting for Scarecrow to talk, because we're gonna do a zip. Yeah, so go into the Batmobile. I think that's a bit faster than gliding to GCPD. But, again, yeah, go. Make sure that when you line launch from this island so that you can actually make it to the door.
Scarecrow should just give up, man. He ain't taking you. No way. You've only lasted this long because it's what he wants. He's been dying all night. Didn't know it.
You can talk to Oracle from the other side of the wall. It's kind of funny.
Cash said it was his anyway.
Great. We need to hold them off.
Alright, so now we're going to do a zip. So instead of like fighting these guys, we're going to just zip. It's not a hard zip. You just do the zip, then 1, 2, 3, and then you can grapple up here. Do a little boost when you grapple. It's just a little bit faster. Doesn't like, there's no reason not to. And so the only issue with this is that you'll no longer have any tank counters when you do tank fights, which is kind of annoying for this tank fight because there are 60 of them. It's hard to know like whether you've taken them all out. So when you go here, you can just glide under this door. I didn't get it, but you can get it. Otherwise, just crouch under the door and go do this. So on hard, easy, you kind of do this fight the same way in general, but it takes a few more hits. But basically. Basically, try to batarang people. Oops, this is not good. Oh man. Try to hit this guy with a stick. And then you'll have to hit him with another stick on hard. On easy, you can take him out with one stick. Because he has a shield, you can't do the freeze grenade thing. Okay, so here, this tank fight is very difficult on hard. Fortunately, we do have 4 upgrade points, which will let us bat snack if we need to. So I highly recommend. So on hard, and it's up to you. If you want to do this a very safe way, if you're like having trouble with it, what you can do is I'll just show that. Basically, if you're having a hard time with this, you can just go into this alley right here, and then let these tanks come to you. It's slower, but it's much easier because you'll have tanks only coming from one direction. And then when you have your missile barrage charged up, then what you can do is use your 10x on this, because this is one of the few tank fights where the 10x is actually like really valuable. You get a lot of value out of it. And like you can do that for the beginning as well. You can also
They will die afraid and forsaken. Reflect on your failure as you salvage their corpses from the rubble.
Batman, I primed the gate. Just fire the shot. Got one.
in general on hard, I do use the 4x a lot more, just because I tend to get hit a lot in these fights. So. Okay, when you finish the tank fight, exit the tank. This will let you skip the upcoming dialogues.
You played your part.
All drones destroyed.
So now here, get out of the Batmobile, and then you're gonna teleport to the front of GCPD. It's kind of weird. Here, for whatever reason, people don't do this fight this way, but I like to start the fear takedown and go this way. That way you take out both shield guys. So yeah, then you can then you can do the rest of this fight. If you're good at combat, it's not really that hard. But there's a bit of a learning curve. It's not the easiest fight. On hard, at least. But yeah, you can multi-ground the ninjas, so that's very helpful. It's a little bit faster than doing combo takedowns, so... Yeah, I like to freeze one of these guys, and then try to take out these medics before they revive anyone. You can also do the environmental takedowns on these brutes. It's faster than... Oh yeah, but basically that's the fight. Now we're gonna head to Panessa. Fall here, it's a bit faster than dive bombing, and then grapple and cancel. I like to do, I think you can glide all the way until you get to here, and then boost off of here. And remember, for these fights, at the end, I like to save all my bat snacks for that, just in case I need them. If you're doing this on easy, though, what I would actually recommend, instead of because you're not going to probably need to bat snack on easy, I would get the reload speed and this Vulcan gun accuracy if you can. Those would be really helpful in the tank fights. If you're like comfortable, or even on hard, if you're comfortable, get these two upgrades. It'll help a lot. Depending on how many upgrade points you have, you'll have between 2 to 4.
Open.
Alright, have your line launcher selected if you can, and then line launch to Tim's cell, then line launch back.
There goes another boy wonder, lost to another supervillain.
The commissioner was so...
Oh, so this is an example of me skipping dialogue too early, which is pretty cool.
Scarecrow will probably just pump him full of fear gas and slit his little...
Alright, when we exit, make sure you're looking at Joker the whole time, otherwise he doesn't start talking.
Well, just you and me now, eh, kiddo? The real dynamic duo.
Alright, now there is a zip you can do, which I am not good at, and I don't do because it's not actually faster when I do it, but some people think it might be faster. So what you do is you go up here, there are these crates here, what you do is do a corner zip, so, and then hold forward, and then you zip to GCPD. I don't think this is a good zip. It doesn't save any time. I think a good glide is every bit as fast as this. But if you want to see the glide, just check out the glitchless tutorial for it. But basically, the key to that zip is, so I'm gonna just showcase that zip again because that zip is kind of weird. It's very weird. So for one thing, that zip is only possible if you have GCPD coordinates, which we do, but like let's say that you die or something or reload for whatever reason, then obviously you can't do that zip. But let's just show it again. So if you don't do it properly, what will happen is, so if you do it without holding any inputs, it doesn't work. So basically that happens. You need to, when Batman does that initial zip, so he'll go here, you need to hold forward then, and then like sometimes you'll get like this this like really good zip location, but it's like, but basically the idea is you have to hold forward when you do the zip, otherwise it doesn't work. I guess if you get that good zip location, then it works pretty well, but if you don't get it, it's not really good.
But because you are scared of what I will do to your friends, your family. They are your weakness, hiding just below the surface. I'm sure that you're scared of what will happen when I tear that mask from your face. What will we find? Your true identity, or proof that without your mask, you are nothing, impotent, powerless, afraid. Leave your equipment on that table, and we can find out.
Okay, so here we surrender, and then we do this, get into this car.
Now, the truck.
Master Bruce, can you hear me? I'm detecting someone tracking your movement through the city.
I knew he would.
I think I may have missed something, sir. Who are you talking?
The die is cast, Batman. And from now on, I need your undivided attention. The nightmare is almost over. Your failure almost complete. I can see it. And soon the whole world will see it too. Your eyes betray you. You are truly afraid.
Okay, so for this Joker fight, so if you're doing this on easy, you don't. It's kind of a funny thing. So okay, so when you're here, you dive roll here, open the door, open this door, and then interact with your parents from here, because otherwise Batman will do a thing where he like walks in a circle, which is not great. And then for this Joker fight, if you're on easy, you don't need to hold a direction or counter at all in this fight. You just punch and try to get critical strikes, and then combo takedown when you can. So it's that easy on easy. On hard, it's not that easy. On normal, I haven't practiced this on normal. I think normal is like somewhere in between. I think that you might need to counter on normal, but I'm not sure. Anyway, so just look at my inputs. I'm not holding any direction. Just making sure I get my critical strikes. Even when I had 3 guys attacking me, I was able to just get 3 critical strikes off before they hit me. So that's just how slow they attack you on easy.
If your mom and dad could see you now, Bruce, they'd be so disturbed. I mean, just take a look at yourself.
Alright, now on hard, this fight does not, that strat does not work nearly as well. If you want to have some version of that strat work though, what you can do is, you won't be able to do it without holding a direction though. So, what I'll try is basically this first part you can do. Try to get into like empty spaces of Jokers. Oops. Yeah, but try to get into empty spaces of Jokers. And try to like go farther distances so that Joker doesn't like hit you. So you do need to hold a direction, but try to hold directions that are like far away from the Joker that's about to hit you. Like, you can try it, it's... Yeah, but it doesn't always work, so sometimes you might need to counter. It's much harder to get away with that.
This is how the Batman died.
But basically the idea on hard is, if you want to go for it, is to try to have Batman kind of jump really far across the map, or across Crime Alley. But they do attack you a bit too fast for you to get away with it comfortably.
Don't feel sad, Bat. You did the best you could. Some fights you just can't win.
If you're able to get throw counters though, oh what? Then that throw counters also increase your combo by 2, which isn't the worst thing.
It really is quite pathetic watching you hanging on like this. Anyone would think you had something worth fighting for.
So yeah, something like that. Hopefully, like, ideally you don't want to lose your combo in this, because losing your combo loses like 5 seconds or 5 to 10 seconds. It's really bad. That's like the biggest disaster. So if you have to counter, it's better to counter. Like if you have 2 guys attacking you at the same time, it's better to just counter them, or 3 guys. Just counter 3 times. It's not worth trying to attack away from them.
You've got the mind of a killer, and that mind is mine. It's over, Bruce. You crossed the blood-red line, and now Scarecrow's going to set me free.
Okay, so for this last split, I see lots of people, for whatever reason, I get a lot better times than everyone else. I don't quite know what they're doing. but I'll just explain what I do. So for this part, it doesn't really matter how quickly. You just want to make sure you kill like these guys, but like more guys are gonna spawn in before like you're not gonna be able, like, shooting all these guys isn't gonna charge up your missile barrage. So just mow them down like as they spawn in, and try to mow them down like when they're there, and then immediately when you fill up the missile barrage, use the killing joke thing, and then go here and exit your Batmobile. Spam exit Batmobile, otherwise otherwise Joker takes a long time to exit. Here, don't shoot Penguin, that's slow. For Riddler, shoot in his direction. You'll hit either Riddler or the hostage or both, it doesn't matter. Like, you have to shoot one, so just aim and see what happens. For this, shoot Harvey and then go a little bit to the right, otherwise you'll get caught on the crates. So,
now, Mr. Wayne. I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to set you free. Free to see the city you swore to defend tear itself apart. Free to see everyone you love hunted down and killed. Every scream, every death. Vengeance for all that Batman has done.
Good.
What? Do you not understand? It is over.
Get ready for the encore.
Why aren't you scared?
alright, so here, so once you skip this cutscene, start spamming the right mouse button immediately. Where he says good times, you can turn away like a little bit before, but I turned away too early. But you can turn away a little bit before the thing goes into the furnace or the incinerator. Likewise here, you can turn a little bit earlier than when Joker starts talking. For here, walk to this second arch here and then turn to get Batman to spawn in. You don't need to walk all the way down. I've seen some people do that. Here, when you talk to Harley, you only actually have to talk to her once. It doesn't impact like when this wall unloads, or this hole in the wall unloads in. But I like to talk to her 3 times just because it's a habit. We didn't know that at the time. Look here, look away from the wall so that the hole can spawn in. And then turn when he says, I know what you're trying to do. That's... Here, when Vicky says, the Joker, that's when you shoot this radio. And then look in, this is the wall, this is the wall that's gonna have a hole, get a hole in it, so, look away from it.
No. How do I get out of here?
And then, I like to shoot this Batman statue, but after doing that, don't shoot any more statues, just, spin your camera around. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to spawn in a bunch of Batman statues, and the way that you do that is by spinning the camera. So now they're starting to spawn in. I think what it is, I don't know for sure, is that you need to spawn in a fixed number, like 50 or so Batman statues. And if you spin them quickly, you finish this part quickly. If you don't spawn them quickly, you finish this part very slowly. But you don't need to shoot any of them, which is something we used to think we needed to do. But now, this is like a motion sickness alert for viewers, but this is the fastest way by far to do this part. And yeah, when this crescendo starts happening, and he says out of idea bats, that's like when you should expect Batman to pop out-ish. And so he popped out very fast there. I think that was, I don't even know how fast that was, but that was very fast. But I've been getting like very fast Batman pop-outs. Shoot this 3 times. So I try to make sure I have like 3 rounds in my shotgun in case I need to shoot it 3 times. You can shoot it in once, but I've only seen that happen to other people occasionally. I've never had that happen to myself. So better to be safe. It also doesn't lose time to have 3 in your thing, in your shotgun. Interact with this. Then the rest of the run is you just walk forward and then do an environmental takedown and punch. Oh.
You're afraid of being ashes. You're afraid of being forgotten. And you will be forgotten, Joker. Because of me.
But yeah, just walk forward. You don't need to shoot Batman.
I am Batman.
And then environmental takedown. Just it's very easy to like choke the environmental takedowns, so don't do that. And then you beat down, and the last beatdown on Joker is the last punch on Joker is when the run is over. Yeah, so that's the any percent speed run. I pretty much I think went over as much of this, pretty much everything that I know about. Obviously, in the future, there's going to be more stuff that's discovered, which we will make another tutorial for at some point. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that. Thanks for watching.